can you give? You want to give her a? It's under your blanket, under your pillow. Okay, I think I'm just about ready. So,
Check with you. Okay.
okay, so testing, testing. Everyone can hear me still?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm really excited because after this campaign, I'm going to have double the resistance to fire.
Wow, I did not understand any of that, Becca.
But
What you just said.
double resistance to fire?
Nope, it's garble, 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 garble.
Gobble, 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 fire. I did hear the word fire in there.
It's only fitting with the character that she's playing that the only word we understand is fire.
Yeah? Sure. Honestly.
Still garble, garble, garble.
Alright. There, go.
Okay, so Becca, do you have anything left you need to still do with your character? Rebecca, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Do you need to do anything left with your character?
Sorcery point.
Okay, and then for Segeata, you're good with you're being leveled up. You're good.
Yep. Didn't change a lot. Just got a stat boost. I was looking at feats, but the stat boost is going to help more than taking a feat.
Okay,
Nice.
and then Tabby, you're leveled up. You're actually level 7 now, I believe.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be the tank.
Yes.
And then that leaves Michael. You are now level 4 also, right? And you're a monk. Okay, and then your character's name is Adrik.
Yes.
Alrighty. So I
Can you hear
guess. What was that, Becca?
everyone? I'm wondering if you can hear me at all.
I can. It's not the best quality, I don't think.
Mostly.
Your headset will be here on Wednesday. Sorry.
Okay.
So basically you're all would start off in the guild hall after all of your most recent events. So Jetta, you would have probably wandered up and become part of this adventuring guild in the meantime, and gone on your own little bits of adventures, and you are all having finished your most recent escapade. Some of you going to defeat that crazy wizard, and you are all basically looking for a vacation. So you decide to go to the coast, and you go to
For some reason, it's not putting my.
He fought alongside Naru. Maybe he followed Naru back to Guildhall, or somehow they was recruited that way through her.
yeah, she probably got the door opened for you, and being an adventurous young centaur, you decided to join in. So so yes, you are all in a port town, gone to more of the warm and sunny coast for whether it's R&R or because you just want to. For whatever reason, you all find yourselves in Port Zafira. Now, Port Zafira is not too far from kind of the main continent, but you have to take a ship to get there, and then you plan to probably just stay here for like at least a week and just um, enjoy your training and leveling up and your new abilities that you've been practicing, and just kind of recuperate. And in this port town, it's very rambunctious. There's a lot of activity in the market square. There's spices that you can smell. Very humid. There's palm trees, and it's on the border of a rainforest. Now, what type of lodging would you all probably have gotten? Would you go to just like a busy hotel, or try to rent like a little villa on the beach, or what kind of areas would you all look for?
Well, Tabby finding a newfound friend in Naru because they both love fire and are fire resistant. She'd be like, "Hey, you want to split the cost and chill in a cabin on the beach?"
That sounds so awesome. Let's do it.
Let's do that. You have anybody else you want to invite along? I hear Adrik's in town. Adrik. I will pronounce that right, I promise.
I have a friend of mine that's nearby, but he's a bit larger in size.
Larger wise?
Larger in size.
Like me large? Like somebody I can look in the face instead of looking down at?
Like horse large.
Oh, I want to meet this friend of yours. That's gonna be fun.
So you'd be referring to Segeata, of course.
Yeah, because I introduced said person.
And how tall is Segeata?
I don't know if I actually wrote it down. But he would be pretty darn tall considering he's. I still picture centaurs as being large creatures, even though the book calls them medium.
Yeah, I think for size sake, for the system they consider very tall creatures still mediums, just so that you don't get any like insane advantages. But I think in the book it says that you are 4 feet tall above the horse, so that puts you at probably like 9 feet tall.
Yeah, so he's I can try to roll up actual numbers for height, but he would definitely be quite tall.
And for me, being only 5'3", I consider you large.
Now, Adrik, what were you going to say?
I was asking if the sword is +1, but it's no longer cursed because we did the remove curse thing, right?
Yeah, so if you are going to do try to go speak with a priest before you go to the port, they would charge 100 gold, and as you would be speaking with them, we're just going to do a quick cutscene with Adrik. It would be a priest of I can't remember all the deity names, but anyways, it's a holy cleric, and after examining both your arm and the blade, he would inform you that the curse is tied together with your arm. If you were to remove the curse on the blade, he thinks that your arm would be brought back to normal.
That's fine.
Okay, so he will go ahead and cast his spell, which is done as a ritual, so you're stuck there for probably a couple hours as he goes through this procedure. And as soon as the spell is completed, you feel very like a burning sensation in your right arm as the flesh begins to grow back, covering the necrotic skeletal arm, and the flesh and sinew just kind of emerges up and regrows, leaving baby soft skin and pristinely cut nails as your arm is grown back. The gladius quivers and rattles on the table, and then something seems to just leave it, which is like an intangible burst of energy, and then it's just laying there on the table. The priest picks it up with a cloth and passes it back to you. Your weapon is free, as are you.
Cool. And it's still a +1?
It is still a +1 weapon, yes.
Cool.
And then your cursed arm is removed.
Again, that's probably for the best. As fun as it would have been to have one arm necrotic damage, the other radiant.
Yep, you had probably, I think, the way I had it set it is you had basically 10 charges where you could use it, and every time your arm was the curse would continue to take over more and more of your body until you died. So probably for the best.
So yeah, again, probably for the best. As fun as that would have been.
Okay. Now the priest would advise you to go to Port Zafira and get some R&R because you could sure use it after getting that curse. And he also hears that there's a pretty good paying job over in the vicinity if you wanted to make your 100 gold back.
Okay. So I had some emeralds and a ruby, so I got that as well.
I need
Yep.
something too.
In Port Zafira, you'll find a lot more gemstone buyers, as this is a flourishing trade city. You have ships always pulling into town. You have a lot of trade routes through the jungles. So if you wanted to try to liquidate your gemstones that you've all earned, did I already give you the values for everything that you had found in the tower in previous game?
I
How much is the crown worth?
don't remember what they are.
So emeralds, the 7 emeralds from the chair were worth 50 gold each, and then
4 of the 7.
so then you would get 200 gold from that if you were to sell them in the market. And then, did anyone else have?
And I also have
Can
a
I just
ruby.
trade those for healing potions?
I'm sorry, you both talked at the same time. I couldn't hear.
Can I just trade my emerald for healing potions?
Yeah, you can basically do a trade, and that can
Then
literally
I'll just
bartering is
crown.
big in this city too. So like you can literally just trade the gem by itself for the potion, and just the same vendor or one of the people next door kind of jumps in and you do a 3-way deal or something like that.
What's the crown worth?
The crown, you do the if you want to try to sell the crown, you would probably want to go to a specialist. You can tell that actually roll an insight check.
I don't have it. Hold on. 20?
So the dealer who trades you for the gemstone for the healing potion, he looks at the crown and he's like, "Oh, this is not too bad. I will give you 100 gold for this, and I think that's fairly fair."
I'm gonna throw in an insight on that.
So you would definitely know that he's lowballing you a lot.
So Adrik kind of just comes in, like, smells like bullshit to me, as he kind of like enters with a grin.
I assure you, I do not take it kindly to your insinuations. I am perfectly fair. He'd be a human, rather burly, robust human.
I think you keep it.
Ah, well, if you change your mind, 100 gold is the best price you'll find in the area.
Yeah.
What?
Hi, Adrik.
Tabby, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Come on in. The house is great.
Was there any other jewels or anything that you wanted to sell or trade or do in terms of like upkeep?
Mithril dagger fix.
So you would have to go to see a blacksmith for that.
Okay.
So if you want to just roll I guess an investigation check just to kind of get an idea for who's around in the city.
An investigation.
Yes.
20.
Okay, so you find from multiple different vendors here in the public market that the best the best blacksmith in the area is definitely, by all refute, Gerard Brightscales, a Dragonborn who runs a shop over near the central market. he can definitely either craft or reforge the mithril dagger. Hold on, you guys are typing. I should probably check.
Oh, we're just chatting about height. Don't
Oh
mind
yeah.
us.
Hey, look at me at 9 feet. That's what I was guessing. So you have
We're all really high, so actually we're like more,
almost 10.
Yeah, almost 10.
So it's a good thing that you're in the public market because you would be having to duck in any of the established houses in here. Now, not all of the houses. There are some ones that are built for larger people. Like you do have, there's furbolgs, dragonborn. There's other types of lizard folk. There's many types of races that are rendezvousing here in the port. That's just kind of made up of all types of locals and cultures. You have tabaxis, and some of those can be very short and some can be very large. You see kind of a leopard print tabaxi going by that's probably about as tall as Tabby.
Still probably doesn't sleep in very many inns.
Probably not. So, did you want to go to check on the blacksmith, Gerard the Dragonborn?
Yes.
Okay. And now I presume are you all wanting to go as a group? All doing your shopping together?
Sure, I want to sell the whip, so I might as well sell it at the blacksmith too.
Okay. So you get to right next to what's called the East Andia Trading Company. Is a huge trading house, like a merchant's guild type thing. Right on the adjacent to it on the right is a 2-story blacksmithy, and it's got a big gold scale of like a huge dragon scale marked as the sign emblem, and stamped into it is Gerard Bright Scales arms and equipment. As you go inside, you're met with just this very hot gust of air as the billows are pumping, and you have these ginormous dwarven like I can't remember what the name is, like forge pumping in the background. You see a dragonborn over in the corner who's just laughing as he's toasting with one of his compatriots, who seems to be a very old, wizened dwarven man with huge crafting gloves and very, very small glasses on the tip of his nose. And they just seem to be chatting and laughing while the pumps are going with some sort of magical enchantment, so they don't need to be monitored.
It is far too warm in here. The air is supposed to have a nip to it.
I feel cozy to me.
I don't know, this feels great.
I can just
Toasty warm.
nap.
So as you are entering or hanging out by the door, the Dragonborn Gerard kind of stretches his back as he stands up. He's not as tall as Tabby. He's probably actually a short Dragonborn, only about 5'7" maybe.
Aww.
So, but he is burly. He's got a very wide frame, and he steps around the front desk area, and he's got a leather apron over from his waist down, but his top half is just, he's completely naked from the top up. His gold scales are gleaming and reflecting the fire from the forge as he approaches. "Welcome to my blacksmithy. What can I do for you?"
Well, found a nice dagger. Unfortunately, it's kind of broken.
Let me take a look.
Silver dagger.
So he picks up the mithril,
dagger.
and again, it's a very finely crafted weapon, but all kind of bent out of shape and crunched. And he frowns, looking at it. "What did you do to this dagger?"
Something we found.
Well, I can use it I can get some work done on it, repair it, or honestly, reforging it completely would be a little bit better. My name is Gerard Brightscales. I'm the proprietor of this shop, and I'd be happy to be of service. And he extends that clawed dragonborn hand.
He extends his hand. Adrik Ironheart at your service.
Nice to meet you. And you all, and he looks over, and he gives a dragonborn grin at Tabby, who's also a gold dragonborn.
Tabby just smiles, her teeth really white and wide, and she goes, "I'm Tabby. How are you?"
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Tabby.
Likewise.
And he nods.
Segeata of the Northern Tribes.
Welcome.
It's nice to meet you, Two Legs.
One of centaurs do not often come into my shop, I admit. It's a little bit cramped, I understand, but if you have any work that needs to be done, I would gladly do it for the right price.
I had considered getting better armor. Its leather work is great. It's good for the hunt.
Well, leather is my I would call him sidekick, but he doesn't like that name. But this is Jonah, the dwarven leather master, the best one in the port.
As I was saying, the leather is good for the hunt, but for war, perhaps something more sturdy.
Oh, well, like you said, you've come to the right place. We can make you whatever you request. And you, young fire lady.
I'm just fascinated by how they're keeping these fires with all the extra magic. I don't even hear him say anything about me.
So he's got in the background you would see two big paw-looking things, like dog paws almost, but they're gripping onto the bellows and they're just blowing. And these are like huge, probably 1 foot wide dog paws that are ghostly, spectral, and they're just pumping the bellows over and over. And then you have another, basically like a mage hand equivalent, also doing the rotating of the sword and the hammers dinging in the background, and everything's being done by very high level mage hands.
Fascinating. Do you do something to keep the flame going?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I think the mic isn't picking up what you're saying very well.
I asked what they use to keep the flame going, other than the billow.
I'm sorry, could you try that one more time?
Never mind.
Here, let me see if I can fix your computer. Do you mind if we pause for just 1 minute?
Okay.
Alright, 1 second.
Oh, most of this has disadvantage on stealth. Almost looks like studded leather might be the best.
Just lean forward when you're talking.
You hear, guys?
If you have full intention on being sneaky, I'd stick with the studded leather myself.
Well, I currently only have regular leather, but upgrading to studded leather might be...
How's the audio now?
Alright, say something.
Can you hear me better?
Character banter.
It's a little better, maybe. We'll see. So you're looking at getting a better leather armor then. That's something, again, we can definitely do, or if you want it to be magically enhanced, that's something that we do here as well.
I'm not sure I have the funds for magic armor. But I hear you have leather studded with metal that makes it a little stronger.
Absolutely. We have all types of armor that you can think, and I can custom make it to your frame. I'm sure there's not too many human settlements that do Centaurian armor, but I can make anything that you prefer. So would you like to buy studded leather?
Yeah, everything else, if I go up to the medium category, it only has a maximum dex bonus of +2, which means I'm not sure it's going to be much help. So studded leather seems to make the most sense with a dexterity of 16.
Okay. And he'll sell you, or he can either convert your existing leather, or he can buy it back and just make you new armor completely.
I don't know, it seems like it would make he's not doing masterwork or anything, so just adding studs to my current armor would seem to be the most sense.
Okay, and how much is it in the player's handbook for studded leather?
Studded leather is 45 gold.
Okay, so he will only charge you... Oh, hold on. So 45.
He's pulling out the abacus.
Yeah, so he's only going to charge you 32 gold for it because he's just putting on additional components, so he's giving you a discount.
So 32.
And then for
People
Naru,
have questions in the comments.
yeah. So Naru, so he looks at the crown the little tiara, and his eyes widen a little bit, and he said, "This is a masterpiece. May I?" And he asked to grab it from him. So he looks at the tiara, and it's made out of a very very elegant elven silver. It's got the diamond in the center, and he says, "Now I have no use for this, but you should take nothing less than 500 gold."
Told you the guy was bullshitting you. We had an conversation earlier with trying to lowball her.
It is not necessary. It's not like fire will not immediately damage it, but if you leave it in flames for too long, or if I put it in the smithy, then of course it will not be able to withstand that. This is a perfect item to enchant. If you wanted to have this imbued, that's something that maybe we could talk about doing, depending on what you wanted to do.
Would love that. What kind of enchantments are there?
That is a good question. Let me go over to the menu. I see. The accounting is not my specialty, but there's the work was all done in advance, so I could have this ready whenever people ask. So let me just open up the book. Now, what kind of ability or something would you like to have it enchanted with?
What ability are there? Flame resistance would be the ideal, but whatever.
If you wanted it to be imbued with fire resistance, I know that is possible. If this loads, let me see. Is there any other potions or any items that you wanted to do while you're here? Anyone else?
I want to sell the whip.
Okay, so he will buy the whip from you. He would be willing to do that, and then he would buy that for.
Does he know about the curse?
What curse? And you recoils his hand.
I'm not saying this, but I'm just like, as a player asking another player, are you going to tell him about the curse? Is it still cursed, or did you have that removed?
I didn't have it removed. No, I'm just gonna drop. I'm just gonna drop the whip on the table and be like, "This weird thing makes elf people have bigger ears, and I don't want it. How much you want for it?"
So with that, he
Quiet! I'm the smart one.
he looks at it a little bit more
whip that
carefully.
affect your ears.
I can destroy it if it's. And he like glances over at the forge.
Or you can buy it. Come on, help me out.
So he's going to take a look at the thing, and he's going to do an appraisal. I can have it. If it's a cursed weapon, I can have it with a curse removed. If I know who to go to for that. I would buy it less the cost for basically purifying it, and then giving you the balance. I would give you 150 gold for.
What about 200 gold? And you sell it to some guy who may actually want pointy ears.
He crosses his arms and roll a persuasion check.
See if this works. Hold on.
The golden one.
Persuasion. I have a +3 to that. Okay. Am I on the right character? Yeah, she's -1 intelligence. I'm on the right one. That's a total of 19 for persuasion. It's 16 on the die +3.
So there's this moment as like you say that, and he's folding his arms, and then you smile, and then he smiles back and slowly pulls the whip towards him. And then he reaches behind him, and out of a small pocket, he pulls out a fairly large bag, which just continues to come out of his pocket. And then he places a big sack of gold on the counter. 200.
Thank you. Pleasure doing business with you, friend. Sticks it in
Yes.
her pocket.
This is why we're friends. Because of this mischievousness.
That's gold dragons for you. Like, really, when it comes down to it.
Okay.
A two-legger with pointy ears at the guild hall mentioned something called bracers of archery.
Bracers of archery. Do you have an item for that?
They're uncommon. They add +2 to attack and damage roll with ranged weapons.
Do you have a resource that's...
I have a price guide for this.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the help because I don't have it in front of me. I'm still trying to figure out how much it costs to imbue with fire resistance. I think it's 250.
The normal range, it's uncommon. The normal range is between 100 and 500. I don't know if I can afford it or not.
Alright, so give me a second. I'm pulling up the merchant price guide here. We actually have a thing for all different types of magical items. The fire resistance, I'm not entirely sure. There is a ring of fire. There is a ring of resistance. If you want to go something like that.
Do you know how much
Range
it
is
is?
generally overpriced, though.
And then I can tell you the general price on things, and you can decide if you want to go with that.
I just
price.
want to get a base number.
All right, starting with let's see. You want the bracers from that? That will give me 1 second here.
I'm seeing the bracers of archery, the lesser ones. I'm seeing it at 5,000 gold.
5,000? What?
Yeah.
And give me 1 sec. We got a price guide here for magical items. Staff. Resistance is 3,500. Or ring of resistance. I don't know what you want to do with that.
That's not happening.
Again, ring of resistance is slightly different. I don't know how much I'm putting in the cabin on an item will depend on you as the DM.
Yeah, that seems a little bit high.
Well, rings generally have a really high price for their things. If you're attaching fire resistance to armor or something that's not a gold or ring, it would probably be less. But rings generally are really pricey.
Braces of archery are about 350.
You can't afford that quite yet.
It's a suggested cost. So, again, that's up to the DM how much they want to make it. But that's the suggested cost of the magical items.
Okay. So he's going to still go to the back with the tiara, and he's going to look at it a little bit more. For what is the bonus on the archery bracers?
It's +2 to attack and damage on ranged and longbows and short bows.
Plus 2 to damage.
Yeah, I think that's got to be 1,000 at least if it's going to be that big of a bonus.
Basically, it gives you use, allows you to use short and long bows, and gives you a +2 to damage.
Is that coming from a different edition than 5th edition?
Oh, that's 5th edition. This is an item I know pretty well. While wearing these bracers, you have proficiency with the longbow and shortbow, and you gain +2 bonus to damage rolls on ranged attacks made with such weapons.
Oh, I guess it is only damage rolls. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought it was attack and damage.
So I'm going to say that for both of those, he's going to charge 1,000 or more. So it's going to unless you have 1,000 for the fire resistance and the bracers, then I'll have to look it up exactly later. But it doesn't sound like it's within price range.
I don't know
You have to
if
say
you're talking about bracers. I'm not doing bracers.
For the imbuing with the fire resistance, though, he'll still charge 1,000.
And what would they
That would give you an extra rank of fire resistance. So you already are you're in genetically, because you're a fire Genasi, you take 50% damage for fire resistance. That would add another 25.
We'll do it later.
Okay. So
So what's happening with the dagger?
So the dagger, he offers he can reforge it into a new dagger, which would be +1. For that would cost only $100. Or sorry, it would cost 100 gold to kind of reforge it into its own item. Or he says what would be better, but he would have to charge you a bit more, is if you want him to lace a different weapon with the item, and then he can do that, but it would cost a second 100 gold for, so 200 gold total to basically melt it down and imbue it into a different item. So if you wanted to say do the gladius and make it a +2 item, he can do that for 200.
So it basically become a +2 mithril gladius.
Yep.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it.
Okay. So he makes his 200 gold back, puts it back into his pocket of holding, then goes to work on melting down the mithril and recoating it into the gladius. And then as soon as he kind of gets a routine going, the pumps and the hammer just kind of starts to go on their own. And then he turns back to you and says, "You're quite an interesting bunch of adventurers. What brings you to the port?"
Vacation.
They call it relaxation, but I don't really know what that means.
Rest and restoration, vacation, R&R. Haha. Well, considering how much you're spending, I wonder if you'd be interested in making some coin to make up for it.
Sure, I need to make my crown to make me more fire.
Well, if you wish, right next door is the guild house for the trading company, the East Andia. If you talk to Kiki, I know she's looking for people to escort an item. So it's basically a delivery boy, but she's paying quite a bit for it. I think it's at least 100 gold apiece. So easy work, big pay, might be something you want to look into.
Why not hurt?
Do not have enough to afford for these braces that I seek. Payment for a job would be good.
Yeah, well, talk to Kiki. Tell her that Gerard sent you. I think she'll be eager to speak with you. You all look like you're well seasoned.
I shall seek out his 2 legs.
Very well. I shall have this done here in about an hour and a half. So just swing back by, and the item will be complete. So, do you want to go to the next building, over and take a look at the trading company's house?
Might as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So as soon as you exit back out into the street, even though it's warm out, it's much cooler than the blacksmithy was. So there's like a cool breeze, and the scent of the city kind of meets your nostrils. You go over into the training house, and it looks to be again kind of like a guild hall, much nicer than what you're used to with your adventurers guild back at home, but it's a lot more fancy. It's almost like you're walking into a bank a little bit, but once you get inside, it's almost like a lavish hotel room, hotel lobby. There's a front desk in the back and a seating area with plush chairs. One of the front desk people is wearing kind of like silk's headdress and walks over to you and greets you. "Welcome to the East Andia Trading Company. How may I be of assistance?"
We hear you have work.
You're all sent.
She looks at you all, and since she's probably about as tall as Naru, like everybody else is like super tall compared. Actually, Adrik, you're not a half dwarf. You're human, right? How tall are you?
Adrik is human.
How tall?
I believe I made him about 5'10".
Okay, so yeah, so she's shorter than you two. So Naru and her are about the same height, and then everybody else towers above her. So she kind of steps back behind the desk, and it's like, "Of course, we do have several different like jobs. I'm not sure one of your
It's a transport job that you recommended.
Oh,
What's the blacksmith's name again?
You think we can't handle a simple job, 2 legs?
No, that was not my meaning at all. Let me get the mistress. One moment, please. And then she kind of disappears into the back, ducking behind kind of these beaded curtain walls.
That
Um,
probably wasn't Kiki.
No, he's probably known you for a little bit of time now. You're probably one of the few people he calls by name. Since he actually is starting to know you.
So, it takes a couple minutes before the girl doesn't return, but somebody else does, and she's actually probably a fairly young girl, which may or may not surprise you. I don't know, but she's got dark skin, that kind of the dreads, basically like the picture, and she approaches and steps around the counter so she can be up next to you and kind of looks you all up and down. Well, you look like
Are
a
you,
bunch of adventurers if I ever saw one.
are you Kiki?
I am Kiki Juarez. I am one of the captains here at the East Andia Trading Company, and I am looking for adventurers, and you certainly look the part. Here,
Hi, I'm Naru. This is Segeata, Adrik, and Tabby. We were recommended by Geralt to do a transport job.
Jared. Yes, yes, a good friend of mine. Well met, well met. Here, let us discuss in not quite such an open environment. And she kind of steps away, leading you to kind of a side meeting chamber. It's got a glass pane, so people can still see inside you having the meeting, but it's once the doors are closed, it's private. So, how are you all new to Port Zafira or local to it?
Then you can find spaces.
I'm sorry. It's for the best, however. I won't keep you long. I will be curt. I'm going to pay 100 gold pieces per person to people who are willing to guard um, an item.
An
And
item?
she looks at you like one at a time. Yes, it's a transport job. I just need someone to get a package from here to there, and she just kind of like motions like out the window somewhere, like very vague. And it
Nothing illegal, is it?
no, but it's a very demanded item. And I'm sure you've heard of all the roving bandits, the green thieves. No.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Nothing new.
Yes. Well, there's two different routes. Basically, she kind of leans across the table. Have you ever worked with or for any of the mermaids?
Mermaid. Huh?
You have my attention. I've never
No,
met
I
a
don't. I don't really
What
get
is a
near the
mermaid?
ocean very much.
Yes, well, here at the Sapphire Star Coast, the oceans have become full of all sorts of monstrosities, including krakens, and we do not want anything to do with the krakens. And being a port town, and especially since I'm in charge of a trading company that uses port lanes, we do not want any trouble with said krakens or any other monstrosity, as I can imagine you would be well aware. So,
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't fuck with anything that big either.
yes, so we have an arrangement with one of those monsters that kind of lives in this area, and so at least our port is safe so long as we have such an arrangement in place. And our liaison between this kraken and the port is one of the mermaids, and she is off the coast, about 3 days' travel.
He would turn to Naru. He would turn to Naru and say, "What is a mermaid?
It's a no
A no legs?"
legs.
That was awesome.
I did not expect that. So offended.
Yes. Well, the girl Kiki, she's stifling a laugh, which I don't think she's ever would have heard anything like that before. Well, I need you to deliver something to the mermaid. So, with all the roving bandits, I don't want to trust the ship lanes. We're behind on this. I'll just call it a payment, but we're behind, and so I don't want to risk anything happening to going via the sea lanes. If the Kraken were to consume one of our ships, that would be very, very bad for business, and it would reflect very badly on myself. So we must resort to the land lanes, the roads, and going through the rainforest is extremely risky at this point because of the green thieves. There have been repeated hits on our caravans and other travelers, and repeated robberies and thefts and muggings and all sorts of disasters. And so I don't want to send this extremely valuable package unattended. So why bother with a courier at all? I just want to hire seasoned adventurers, and that's why I'm willing to pay so much.
What do you pay a Kraken?
That is not your concern. And she looks at you kind of with a, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that.
I'm curious myself.
That's fair.
Tabby's
just like, okay.
Like, I'm curious as well. What does one pay a Kraken?
Maybe one day you might be in charge of a.
I have a plus.
Wait, you said with the shoes there's advantage? You said with the shoes there's advantage with persuasions?
Yep. Are you wearing your shoes?
I am.
Okay. So you can roll with advantage for your persuasion. And then.
Is a nat 20.
So she's looking very stubborn. Like, no, there maybe if you become a chieftain of one of the trading companies, you'll get to learn these things. But then she kind of just, you keep asking her over and over, and finally she's almost getting to the point where she'd be getting annoyed a little bit, and then she finally just says, "It's not what you think. I'm not feeding it some virgins or some sort of crazy human sacrifice. It's nothing like that. Believe it or not, we're very lucky that in the sense this Kraken is, I don't want to call it an evil being, but it's placated with something akin to a toy. So as long as we can keep him happy, then we'll be able to keep a friendly monster in our territory and not have to have something worse. So I'll just call it a toy for it, and we'll have to just leave it at that."
A toy?
Virgin sacrifices, we're good.
What?
As long as it's not virgin sacrifices, we're good.
No, it's nothing like that. If anything, I would rather give it a human sacrifice, because there's plenty of people in this city I do not like, but that's not what it asks for. Now here.
I'm going to be the easy route.
What I can do for you. There's only 4 of you. I was thinking I might have to hire somebody up to, a troop of 20 mercenaries. But if there's 4 of you and you look like you can handle yourselves, I'll give you each 100 gold, and I'll give you a coupon to Gerard's magic shop next door. I'll make an arrangement for him to be able to give you some sort of item. I'm sure you could use magic. I'm sure that will come in handy in your future adventures. And maybe, who knows, maybe we can have a working relationship and I can hire you back in the past, or in the future. Unless you know how to time travel, then maybe the past, but...
Haven't quite figured out this
The just looks very confused, like he's trying to figure this out. And failing.
So Adrik kind of being a smartass-ish at the moment is like, haven't quite figured out the time travel aspect just yet. Every time I go back in time, something screws up. The whole butterfly thing is kind of like waving his hand back and forth. Like a dismissive, but that's tough for another time.
I turn to the bed and say, "He's 2 legs, am I right?"
You have strange ways. 2 legs.
Tabby holds out her hand. I'll take the package.
I'm afraid it's going to have to be all of you or none of you. I need at least who's in this room to be going.
I'm pretty sure we're all at an understanding that we're going to go, but I'll carry it.
Oh,
yeah, I want
I
to
see.
hear more about the dangers and the path.
What was that?
I want to hear more about the dangers and the path.
In the jungle?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's some sort of outfit or thieving group. They call themselves the Green Thieves, and they do hit and runs on all of the caravans. They don't usually leave survivors, but sometimes we're able to to find someone who's been able to escape, or we've been able to resurrect a couple of our more higher officials, and it sounds like they're all a lizard folk, dragonkin, kobold, something of that nature. So I suspect they have some sort of cold-blooded group. I don't know. We don't have a whole lot of information.
Question.
Yes.
How big is this package?
Oh, it's here. I'll get it. And she stands up and just exits the room briefly. She comes back out with a full guard, which look like fully armored, like paladin type, mercenary type characters, but they stay outside. And she just comes back into the room holding a little box, which is a little bit bigger than a foot. It's like 16 by 16, just a cube, and it's got a gold silk sheet over it, and she just puts it down on the table, slides the silk thing off, and it just looks like a fairly plain box.
So I might have a way to fuck with these bandits, so they don't know who has the package.
I'm all ears.
What if we create what seems to be duplicates of said package to where there's only one real one, and any bandit that tries to steal the fake ones just kind of gets a middle finger?
Whose middle finger do we cut off?
We
I
can
can carve some.
the lady Kiki was like about to say something like totally on board with what you're saying, but then she shuts herself up as soon as you say you can carve some.
I mean, if the Lady Kiki has some enemies that could miss a few fingers, we could also do that.
Well, I'm liking what I'm hearing so far. It sounds like you're creative, not only brutish. So here's the thing: I need it to be done immediately. How soon can you leave?
Tonight. Today.
So here, let me show you. So she rolls out a map, and then kind of on the map you can see it's kind of a coast line. There's the port city. I actually don't have one handy, so I guess I'll just really terribly draw it. So if this is basically like the coastline, and then you're in... Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. 1 second. Okay, so if this is the coastline, this is like... Wow, why is it still doing this? Or could you see that?
I can see a yellow line.
See
Okay.
we can see the yellow line and your green X.
Okay, so this is like the port where you're at.
And this is water.
Yeah, this is the destination up here, that blurb in the sky.
That's water.
No, the other side's water.
Oh.
The blue side, which you drew on, that is all jungle. And so what you'll need to do is go through the jungle to the Mermaid Cove, essentially. And that will take you about 3 days, depending on if you go on the main roads.
Okay.
Is there a quicker route?
The quicker route's the water, but I really don't want to risk it. We've been delayed because of this, so the shipment didn't even come in on time. So now we're 2 days behind, and it's going to take another 3 to get there on land. If you go by water, it probably only take a day and a half, but you'll be at risk of getting attacked by the Kraken.
Land's fine. I was just curious if there was a quicker path on land.
Is there a toy store nearby?
I do not like boats.
A toy store? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes. If we're not doing the carvings, then let's pick up a couple Jack-in-the-Boxes
Oh,
to put inside the package.
yeah. If
That will pop open as soon as they try to open the packages.
yeah, if you want to get false boxes, that's fine with me. Just don't lose the real one.
Oh, that's why we intend to keep it safe.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to give you guys gift credit towards that store next door, so you can go back, talk with Gerard, get hooked up with something that'll work for you, and then if you want, I'm sure he can make duplicates of the box, or he knows someone who can. I know his dwarf friend, he can probably do it too. So just I ask, please get a move on. Please do not get caught. Please do not lose the box. And above all, when you get to the mermaid, don't freak out. She's not going to eat you. She might look like it, but she's not going to.
Okay.
That's an interesting piece of information to know. As we're walking out, Tabby's going to turn around and say, "Oh, do you have a place on the beach we could borrow for a night when we get back, so we can just chill?"
Tell you what, if you can do this successfully, I'll make sure you get a week at that villa. Not the crappy ones on the beach, but the nice one on the private beach.
You rock. We'll be back. Bye. She walks out the door.
Okay, so as you go back into Jared's blacksmithy, his arms and equipment emporium, he has completed the gladius, and so he can give that to you. It's now a +2 weapon, and then for anything else, if you guys wanted to have any sort of magic items either crafted or updated, you can basically tell him what you want, and then with your gift credit, assuming that you can complete the mission, then you can utilize it here in his shop.
Well, what can he offer with this coupon?
So
Can I get a discount on my enchantment?
I can give you a discount on the enchantment, yes. If you wanted to get a refund on the Gladius, I can give you the 200 gold back and shield comp it. If you wanted to get any like armor of Segeata, if you wanted to get better armor, I can swap that out with something a little bit nicer for you.
What about enchanting a sword to have some fire?
Fire seems to be very popular, huh? And then he cracks his knuckles. I can do fire. I can do a lot with fire. I just need to have proper payment. Her credit is probably going to cover only about a quarter of the fire resistance items, so that would be about 250. So if you're all getting some stuff, I can give you a little bit of a discount extra.
Fire to the damage.
That would be 250, I think, for making it damage add-on. So that would be, you could use that with your coupon.
That will work for me.
Tabby's going to pull her maul off her back and drop it down the table and say, "What would it take to make this hit harder?"
That I could do with the coupon, so I could make that better.
Great. I want this to hit really hard.
Okay, do you want it to be magical damage, or do you want it just to be better made? I can melt down some more mithril and imbue it with that as well.
Surprise me.
All right, well, I can't do any work until I get paid from Kiki, so go do your mission with her and then come back, and then I got you from there.
Cool.
Then,
So it sounds like we're going to have a vacation after this.
yep, and then you, Genasi. So the fire resistance it's very expensive. If you wanted me to do something to a weapon and give it fire damage, I could do that. Would that maybe fit better for you?
Huh, I already have that ability.
So
I pull out my dagger and cast
Hello?
green flame blade, but it turns out to be like a gold flame blade across the dagger. I mean, I can already do this, so it doesn't really.
well,
What more than this would it be?
what I could do is, I mean, if you wanted to just stay with the fire resistance on the amulet, I can give you a 10% off just because you guys are giving me so much business, and she's covering about 250, so that would leave 650 gold left if you wanted to still go with that. If you can come up with 650 gold, then I can do the resistance on the headband.
So is he able to add basically turning the +2 gladius into a flame tongue?
Yes, he can do that for the coupon.
Sweet. So that would be a +2 Flame Tongue Gladius.
A very, very powerful weapon.
I have an
Oh,
animal trophy. How much would that sell for?
A what trophy?
You with my character?
It wouldn't go for that much. Nothing that you could really use for bartering with the price. How much gold do you have, Rebecca?
I have 160. I have 4 healing potions. I also have the rating +2 AC. Ooh. I have a rating +2 AC.
Did you get any platinum? If you're talking, I can't hear you.
What would I have gotten platinum?
Oh yeah, we got platinum on the last.
Yeah, if because I remember you got some platinum in the tower, and platinum is basically one platinum is
Yeah.
10 gold.
3 platinum pieces. You're right.
How much?
You got 3. You got 3 platinum, Becca.
3.
So that's 30 gold. So I mean, yeah, you'll get 100 gold for paying for the payout for this job, and then anything else that you find. So you could just try to figure it out afterwards. But do you guys want to kind of get on the road?
Sounds good.
Sounds like a plan. Do we have our Jack in the Boxes?
Yep, he can supply you with. Well, actually, it's not him; it's his dwarf friend Jonah, who makes actually pretty speedily. He makes 3 additional boxes, which look identical to the one from Kiki.
So at the moment, if we can get like a couple more of those. Just
How many?
3.
How many do you want?
Let's do 6.
Okay.
I was waiting for the others to get finished, but the items that he would be interested in would be either those bracers, gloves of missile snaring, or some magic horseshoes.
Horseshoes would be for speed, right?
There's 2
There's
magic horseshoes.
2
There's
points.
horseshoes of speed and horseshoes of zephyring, but the zephyr ones are really expensive, very rare.
So he could give you the magical horseshoes of speed, which I think add what 10 feet to your speed.
So the ones from the D&D add 30 to speed.
Holy shit!
That's really fast.
They all considered rare.
Do you have disadvantage on stealth with those though?
Let me take.
So he would be able to make you horseshoes of speed, but they would only add 10. He could do that for the coupon.
Okay.
So that's something that he can do.
Horseshoes of lesser speed.
Yeah, and then
So who wants to carry the actual box that is the box that is important?
the artifact.
I didn't ask if the contents were flammable because I asked them once and they didn't do the job.
So hearing that, Tabby just like slowly, because she's probably the one who has like the real box in her hands right now. She just slowly moves it away from from Naru, and it's just like, not Naru.
Adrik will volunteer to store it in his pack.
I was actually thinking we should probably leave it with the Centaur.
If that is what you wish, you are more experienced at this adventuring thing than I am.
And the reason I say that is because you and I are front combatants.
That is true. Well,
I can vouch for him. He'll do it.
I'm worried you're going to try to light it on fire.
Me.
that is also a good.
I also feel like if we were given instructions not to open it out of all of us, he would be the one most likely not to open it.
Good.
I will follow the lead of my new tribe.
Okay, so you have 6 duplicate boxes, 1 original box of the artifact, and are you going just on foot, or do you want to try to hire a wagon or anything like that, or how do you want to proceed? It's going to be a 3-day trek into the jungle if you go on foot.
Does anybody have land vehicles? like use of land vehicles?
I mean, you could try to rent one from the city, but I don't think any of the
No, I mean,
characters do.
I'm saying, like, does anybody have the ability to drive land vehicles?
Nope.
Land vehicle.
Because that kind of makes it difficult to have a carriage if nobody knows how to drive one.
I mean, you could hire a guide with it if you wanted to. But it's just you would
Walking is
be
good for the soul.
so walking it is.
I mean, I got a 40-foot movement speed.
Alrighty. So it sounds like you guys are going to proceed on foot. So
You can run as fast as the Centaur can.
alrighty. So what time of day do you want to leave? Do you want to just leave right away, or do you want to wait till the next morning, or?
Time seems to be the essence. I think we should leave right away.
I agree.
Okay. So you make your exit from Port Zafira. As you get into kind of more like the gates to leave the city, you're seeing a lot more, bars and taverns. You see stables.
Real quick. I'm going to assume that all of us got one of the big boxes at least. I'd probably get a big box.
So you have a total of 7, and there's 4 of you, and these are almost like foot by foot, like a 1-foot cube box. So they're fairly bulky to be carrying that many, but all of you would have 2 almost.
I'm gonna put my animal trophy in one of them.
Whoever's taking point in the lead for the travels should be the one with the single box.
So who's in front? Who's leading?
And whoever has the single box should not have the real one. So I do not.
Exactly.
I don't think that's me.
To add,
I take the lead.
Okay. So you leave the city. The port is kind of left behind you. You're leaving. You're walking in the opposite direction as the coast, and so the water is far behind you. The sun is pretty high in the sky, and you exit the city walls. And there's a little stretch of just kind of dirt path, and then you see jungle looming on both sides of the road ahead of you. Probably not more than 100 meters further down. So you begin your walk, and it's a pretty wide road. You could have 2 wagon carts easily pass each other driving side by side. But as you start to go into the jungle, things begin to get a little bit more close together, a little bit choked. It gets very humid, and you start to hear just the wild sounds of nature. You hear bird calls. You hear the rustling of palm leaves as critters scurry by beside you. And then you just kind of feel a time pass as you are just trudging along, walking, making conversation, laughing, fighting, whatever the case is, and you are just progressing down through this jungle trail, and the thicket seems to be growing heavier around you. I would like somebody to roll a one. Actually, just make it a survival roll. Whoever, I guess, if Adrik is in point, roll a survival check.
Oh no.
So with a 9, you come to the first fork in the road, and there seems to be like a sign, but it's been broken, and it's just laying on the ground, and it says this way to so and so, and then the other one says this way to the Mermaid Cove. And you, with your best guess, you kind of look at the sign and decide you're time to go on the right. And so you start to move away down the second fork in the road, and time begins to pass. Sorry, go ahead. Who was that?
I think we're going the wrong way.
Roll survival of nat 20 for checking if she's her theory's right. We're going the wrong way.
So you're
24.
Yeah, with a natural 20, you're not too far down the path when Segeata probably just kind of rides around the party back up to next to Adrik and leans over. I think we went the wrong direction. and is a quick check of the sun, like being able to see with the location of the sky. You're like, yeah, probably did. So you backtrack and head back down the other trail, and that lost a little bit of time, and the sun is now beginning to set. What would you like to do? Do you want to try to proceed down the trail through the night or set up camp?
I don't think I have dock visit of any kind.
Probably right
So,
there.
Neither do I. That's the bad part of Dragonborns. They don't have night vision.
no, I don't have any kind of special vision. Just human eyes. So I think we should make camp. Because the night would be we are more likely to be attacked by scaly bandits at night.
We'll take turns taking watch. Everything will be fine.
Okay.
I think we'll set up a couple snare traps around around the perimeter of their camp.
Okay. So that would be. Let's see. What skill would that be? Survival or no? Sleight of hand. Just make a sleight of hand check.
So he's got 3 ropes, so he's going to do 3 traps. So that's the first. Second, doing well. So it's like, how do you do these again? Oh, that's right.
Okay. Now for the fire pit, I just made it so anyone can control it. Go ahead and put anywhere on the map that you want to have the camp set up.
That's probably
I have
a pretty
2
good
hunting
spot
traps
right
as well. If
here.
he's putting out hunting traps.
Like kind of like right in the middle there is actually a good spot for it.
It's kind of that clearing.
Crap that I bought whenever if somebody wants to use it.
Yeah. So if you all have your traps that you want to kind of put around the outskirts of camp as well, you can all roll a sleight of hand check as well.
Yeah, I don't have any traps.
If you have rope, we can do snares.
A 20 and a 17. This dice is definitely liking me today.
It makes mine as well. I have a +1.
Okay, so you booby trap the outskirts of your camp. With Naru's spells, she's able to pretty much start the fire immediately. All you have to do is just feed some logs into it from time to time. And if you want to place your minis just around the campfire.
Adrik will take over here.
Whoa.
Like,
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. There we go. I was on the wrong layer. I'll put Naru by the flames too. Naru, is your computer working okay?
Yeah, it was. Just my screen was weird and I wasn't zoomed in properly.
Okay. So, who's taking first watch, and how long are your shifts?
We'll do the night watch because I have night vision. So
are you going to do 2 separate watches of 4 hours each, or are you going to do 3 watches, or 2 watches, or 2 hours each, or?
Seems like we should do either 4 watches or 2 watches, and with 4 people, the math on 3 is a little hard.
I'm fine with doing 2 watches, and let's have 2 people per watch, so that way we get advantage on watching, or we at least have 2 eyes watching.
How many traps were there? 3 plus 2 plus 2?
2 from me.
And 2 from Naru?
1
Oh, 1.
from me and 1 from
So 6 in total, I think.
Okay. Alrighty, and then you wanted to tag team and do 2 people per shift?
That's what I would do. I don't know about you guys. That's my suggestion.
that works for me.
Okay, so I won't make you roll to stay awake then, because if you're able to keep each other company, who's doing first shift? We'll say from like 10 to 2, and then from 2 to 6.
the second.
I shall watch with Naru.
I
You
don't think
two,
one.
you 2 legs can take the other watch.
Okie dokie, good night.
Okay, so the people on the first 2 watches, please roll perception check.
Is that? I'm not sure which one I'm taking, but he probably doesn't just have met the others. He would rather watch with someone he knew.
I think we were confused and Tabby just put to bed. So,
Okay.
we'll just go now.
So I guess we're on the first watch.
Okay.
If I add that, we'll add to that.
15 plus 4 is 19.
What was the question, Becca?
But do we add to our watch?
Your perception.
I get any advantages having night vision?
If you have, that's a good point. If you have night vision or dark vision, you do not have disadvantage. If you do not have dark vision, then you have disadvantage.
Okay. Disadvantage, I have only a 10.
Okay. Becca, what was yours?
19.
You have 19?
Oh, I rolled a 17.
Okay. So, as the night progresses, you hear the sleeping sounds from your compatriots who are resting around the fire, and you are just kind of chatting with each other to keep each other awake. And a couple hours pass, and right about the stroke of midnight, which I don't know if you would actually know that because there's no clocks or bells, but the moon is up in the sky, which you can see through the trees, and you just catch a glimmer of movement through the brush, and it looks, you're not sure what it was, but you see movement coming in from the south.
Southlands are so green.
And then I'm busy doing stuff with invisible map stuff. Can someone roll a d20 for me?
I did not do that right. So 17.
Okay, so let's see. Let me go back to the rolls. So your traps, there was only one that was low. It looks like the 9, and then everything. Okay, so a squeal comes through the night as you hear one of the traps spring, and then Naru would be able to see it as soon as she hears, as there's a little kobold, and it's stuck in the trap. And Naru would have seen a couple other ones.
Is this, what kind of trap was this one? Is this the snare, or is that a bear trap?
This is one of the bear traps.
Okay.
So it is stuck, and then Naru would also see these guys around him too, kind of sneaking up through the underbrush.
Can I throw a fireball with one?
You want to what?
I want to throw my flame at them.
Did you say you wanted to throw a fireball at him?
Not a fireball. I produce flame.
Oh.
I imagine the forest is going to be lit on fire.
Okay.
Which will help see once there's fire going everywhere.
Okay. So if we can all quickly roll initiative.
People are sleeping next. You're probably.
I have advantage on initiative because she's level 7. Oh, she needed that. 11.
6.
Okay, well, Naru, you get to go first still.
I say, the Adrik, Kobold. To produce flame. Well, actually, no, what not to. Well, let's go with Scorching Ray. I have 3 rays. I kind of want to aim them at the kobolds that are hiding in the forest.
Not the one that's trapped.
Not the one that's trapped, but the one that's over on the road, one that's in the trees, and one of the two behind him that's trapped.
Okay. So make a ranged spell attack against the kobold.
Range spell attacks, I have a +6 on that.
So that's a 20, a 10, and a 18. Yeah, so you hit 2 of them.
Damage for the first. Damage.
What were your damages? Oh, it's 2d6
First
each.
one is 5. The second one is 9.
Okay, so the first one is 2 hit points left. The other one dies. So these flame bolts kind of flash over, like through the bonfire, over the sleeping Tabby, into the woods, and you hear more screeches as these little lizard people, which are only about, what are they, like 2.5 feet tall, I believe. One gets killed immediately, and the other is lit on fire, and he is roasting but still alive.
You guys have to target. That's not
Okay,
right.
that's a new round. Adrik, will you roll a perception check?
Okay, let's see. Perception. Modify 20.
Okay, so you are awakened by Naru speaking, and the flame flying above the campfire awakens you, and you are able to take your full turn. You're just prone.
Well, being a monk, he's just going to kind of do that jump to his feet type thing that they somehow do. And he's going to come and...
I'm gonna
Your perception also noticed those ones.
Gonna crack this guy here just straight ahead with his quarterstaff.
Yep. And then is the 11 the bludgeoning damage?
Yeah.
Okay, so you kill him. You just crack his head wide open, and his leg tears off from the trap as you send him flying.
Ooh.
There's just this disembodied leg stuck in the bear trap.
Ow!
And then, as bonus action, Radiant Sunbolt to that boy, to this one here on the path.
Okay.
And that's 6 Radiant damage.
Okay, and that is not enough to kill him, but you fry a big hole in his chest, and you can see like his ribs in between the marks. And that is next Tabby. You were also sleeping or awake? It was you were sleeping.
Sleeping.
So roll a perception check.
Okay. Perception. Do you want us to roll in
It's
roll
up to you.
20?
Whatever's easiest
Okay.
for you. Just don't like lie.
Of course. It's not fun if you lie. So that's a non-natural 20 for my perception.
Okay, so same thing. You wake up immediately with the sound of
Ugh.
fire erupting and Naru shouting a quick warning. And you are prone, but you have your full turn.
Great. I'm going to get up. I have 40 feet of movement, so that leaves me with 20 feet
Actually,
left. I'm going to go
one more what was your perception again?
non-natural 20.
Okay, so you would also see those guys.
Oh, okay. That changes my direction a little bit. Okay, so half my speed to get up, so that puts me at 20 feet of movement. So we're going to go 5, 10, 15. Hi, guys. Going to hit this guy first. We're going to do same pattern as I've always done. Weapons master feat. Reckless attack, so I get advantage on it. Oh, off the table. So that's an 18 on the die, plus 3, so 21.
Yep, that works.
All right. So that's 2d6 plus 5 plus 10. So that's 9 plus 5 is 14 plus 10 is 24.
Okay, he's very dead.
Great. And then I'm going to hit this guy. Same pattern. That's a 19 on the die.
That hits.
Plus 3. Okay. That is 7 plus 10 is 17 plus 5, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, because I can't mess. 22 points of damage.
Yep, he died.
Fighter
Okay.
just wailing on these things with weapons, or monk also?
A barbarian, actually.
Okay,
And then she's just gonna turn to the one that's next to her and just grin. Like, you woke me up. This is not okay. Not gonna rage though.
We should probably run.
Okay. So
This is the part where you run.
I would like him to roll a Constitution save. Do not shit his pants.
I can do that. You hear this very wet sound, and but he doesn't run away. But you hear this kind of this short sound, and then on his turn, let's see, he's gonna attack you back.
He does get advantage because I did reckless.
So that is what's his bonus? He has a +5 to hit, so that is a 18.
Yep, that hits.
Okay, and he does. Wow, these guys really suck. Okay, he does 3 + 3, 6 damage.
Okie dokie.
Are good in large numbers and when they have traps.
Yep. And these 3 guys.
Oh. There really is large numbers.
Yep, definitely. These guys charge into the camp. This guy here, let's see, does not see your trap, and it springs, grabbing him. Do you want to roll damage? I think this one was Naru's trap, actually. Naru, do you want to roll 1d6?
D6?
Okay, so he's trapped there.
Since he's stuck, do I get an attack of opportunity?
He doesn't leave your threat radius, but no. So
He wasn't in it. He was over here.
So he was like here.
So he entered it.
He entered it, but he didn't leave it. So
Aww,
he does not.
He got stuck.
Yep.
He got stuck. He couldn't leave it.
Segeata, what is your defense?
15 with the new stud leather.
Okay. You take 2 hits from these, and they do 9 damage as you feel
Both of them is 9 or 9
together. So you feel these clubs just kind of wailing on your hide. They're like go up barely past your legs a little, or not even past your legs. So their clubs are like banging just like your lower horse half, but they're clobbering you a little bit. Tabby. One more attacks you from the back, doing a 9 to hit. And then Adrik,
Oh, that misses.
You have a bunch of these little guys kind of charge in towards you. And
how cute. They think they're people.
That is a 12, a 9, and a... I'd only rolled 2. That's because there's only 2 attacking you. So yeah, so I presume both of those miss.
It was both miss. So I just imagine Adrik just kind of like casually spinning his staff, just blocking the attacks. How cute. They think they're people.
Okay. So this other one is running to the fire area, and he's starting to grab stuff. Just stuff that's lying around. And he seems to be like grabbing a sleeping bag and like someone's bedroll, and just kind of starting to take some stuff.
The one that's behind me here?
Yeah, so he's not attacking you, he's grabbing other stuff. And then these 3, hold on, let me make them visible. These 3 come running down through the bushes from behind, and then, actually they would probably go, so this one would come down here, and these 2 would attack Naru. So Segeata, one more, comes in from the behind and attacks you, but misses easily because he's just too short. And then 2 attack Naru. And 19 and 9.
The 19 hits, the 9 misses.
Okay. And that is 7 points of damage as you get this club to the back. You basically like baseball bats you in the back of your, like the small of your back. And then you hear rustling from further around as well. But that's their turn. Naru.
I cast Scorching Ray again. The three are down.
So
15, 11, 15. They're all over.
yeah, 13 is their defense, so I think all three hit. But just one quick question: does anyone remember for shooting melee ranged into a melee combat? Is that with disadvantage?
It is.
It is, yeah.
Okay, so
It's going to rotating allies.
yeah, you're shooting at the three ones that are all right next to you, right, Naru?
That's what I was trying.
Okay, so if you can roll 3d20 more, so your first attack hits with the 11 plus, was it 6? That will hit, but roll 3 more. So you got 15 and 11, so that hits. 14 and 10, that hits, and then 11 and 18, so that hits. So all three still hit. Roll damage.
Feat called Sharpshooter that let you ignore it, but normally there is.
So the first one is 9,
Yep, dead.
7,
Dead. 7? Dead.
9, 7, and 7.
Yep, so you fry all three of them. You like spin around and your fist is like on fire and 3 bolts fly out into the heads of each one. They'll
So
just
I just imagine a Three Stooges type moment where it's just flaming fists, just whap, whap, whap.
Yep, and the just incinerated the brains these monsters, and they just all fly down with big scorching holes in their foreheads. So that was your attack. Now you're 5th level, so I think you actually have 2 attacks if you wanted to.
I do.
Not unless you're casting a spell.
Yeah, so but you can still like move and attack because you have. Is that correct?
If you're attacking is considered an action, and with extra attack that goes with it, but if you're casting a spell, the spell
Oh,
is
okay.
considered an.
Yep. So I stand corrected. So I'm thinking of the fighter then because they actually do have
There is an ability with the fighter where they can
the action
cast a
surge.
spell. There's that, but their Eldritch Knight fighter can, at a higher level, cast a cantrip along with a physical attack.
Okay, I'm going to cast Firebolt as a quicken spell.
And firebolt is the cantrip.
That is it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be that person who's
Quicken
coming
spell
to
makes
actually that
a-
he didn't get attacked by Adrik, did he? On rubbish into the sleeping bags.
You're gonna shoot that goblin who's trying to get stuff. Okay, roll.
My spell points.
Okay, you hit. Roll damage. So you hit him, but he's still alive, barely. And that is Segeata.
Unfortunately, they've gotten into melee range already. So I think he is going to pull out his hand axe and just try to hack the one in front of him.
Okay, roll attack.
Okay, my dice did not like my initiative roll, but a critical hit, a natural 20 on the hand axe.
Yes.
Nice. So again, with criticals, you take the max damage that you would do, and then roll your die again for extra damage.
Okay, so that would be 12 damage with the hand axe.
How do you want to kill him?
He raises up the hand axe and just like right in the skull, just splitting the skull open.
Just brains splurch everywhere. Okay, is that your whole turn, or do you have anything else?
Move action, but do I want to I don't think I want to move anywhere and take attack of opportunity.
Only if you leave his threat radius.
Well, if I leave its threat radius. I want to get... If I move up here, she still has a clear line of sight to kill that one, and I could start shooting at them even if they moved into the camp.
Yep, and then you would also... I would have you roll a perception check.
That would be a 22.
Okay. You see more kobolds.
Jesus Christ.
More of the rodents from behind.
Yep. And then so you have a bonus action left if you want to use it for anything.
Well, I haven't moved very far. I could still continue my movement, couldn't I? Oh no, but moving away would provoke attack opportunity.
Only if you leave the threat radius of that guy.
I really would like to get to using my bow, but I don't want to take an attack opportunity, so I'm just gonna stay there.
Okay. Then next up is Adrik.
All right. So let's see. Quarterstaff. That's the...
And which one were you hitting?
We'll go with this guy first.
Okay, how do you want to kill him? Actually, no, you did 5 damage to him. He hadn't been injured before, I don't think, so he would... Oh, no, yeah, he was, so you killed him.
Kind of like smack him in the head. Or, and then we're going to use a flurry of blows. That's 1. That's 2.
Nice. So, which 2 were you attacking?
So this guy, and then this guy.
Okay. So, yeah, so you swing your quarterstaff, and there's a big wet crunch as you...
Unarmed.
Yeah, the first guy, though, you hit it in the head or something, and then you start spinning around and kicking these other ones, and you just
The
deal...
second one, roundhouse kicks into the fire, like face first.
Nice. He doesn't scream. He's already dead by the time he hits the ground.
So his head's in the fire, but the rest of him is not.
Yep. And then...
And then he's going to turn and taunt the kobold in front of him. Sounds that like 4-finger taunt.
Alrighty. Tabby.
All right. Just because I've never gotten the opportunity to use this feature. But one of the other features that come with Great Weapon Master when you use that attack is if on your turn you score a critical hit with a melee weapon or reduce a creature's HP to 0, you may make one melee attack as a bonus action.
Yes.
So
you would be able to, if you get a critical or if you kill the monster, then I think you get basically a second attack with a bonus action.
Yeah, I get to use a bonus action for it. So I'm going to aim for this guy. Same pattern as before, reckless with weapons master. Really glad I did reckless on that. So that's a 15 plus 5, so non-natural 20.
Yep, and then you'll probably kill him because he has like a couple hit points left.
Yeah, I mean it's plus 5 for the damage.
Yeah,
so as my bonus action, I'm going to turn and hit this guy. Can I use reckless and weapons master on a bonus action?
If it's listed as a second attack, then I would rule probably yes, actually, because it's its own attack just being used as a bonus.
It only lists it. The way it's worded is you may make a melee weapon attack as a bonus action.
Yes, so melee weapon attack just as normal. So if you wanted to reckless attack with that, that's possible. And then if you wanted to apply the greater weapon, you could, but you don't have a bonus action left. So if you kill him, you don't like stack another one.
That's totally fine, but it would give me a chance to clear out all 3 of these guys because I got the bonus action. So that's my goal.
Yep.
Great. So gonna hit this one. Oh, glad I did this thing. That's a 13.
13 barely hits him. Like you're swinging wide, and he's fairly out of reach, but you just connect with his muzzle.
Oh my god! Thank God. I'm rolling like 2s and 4s on my other die, so I'm really glad I'm doing reckless. You have no idea. Okay, so that's 2d6. So that's 6 plus 5 is 11 plus 10 is 21.
Yep, so he's running at you, and you just hit him in the snout with your big maul, and his forward momentum continues plummeting towards you, but his head's like on backwards because of the hit, and he just crumples at your feet in a big heap. And then roll a perception check also, since you turned around to do that.
So that's a 3 on the dice, so it's a total of 6.
Okay. You do see another one coming out of the brush at you, and he's got a spear.
Okay.
And then continue.
My final attack on the one that peed himself. Reckless with weapons master. So that's 18 on the die. So I'm assuming that at least an 18
Yep,
is
13. 13 is defense.
So 6 plus 5 is 11, plus 10 is 21.
Okay. How do you want to kill this one? Like, he had 2 hit points.
Just gonna be like, should have ran while you had the chance. Splat.
Yep, he's very dead.
And then for my movement, I want to make a beeline straight for this guy. I am fully aware that I don't get another bonus action attack, but I just want to like get right in his face.
Okay, as soon as you get through the bushes, you see there's a lot more crouching around, scurrying through the underbrush. These little monsters are very hard to see because they're so small, and though it's like foliage goes easily up to your waist in some locations, but now that you're right up next to them, there's a bunch more.
Just another wide grin.
Okay, and then that is their turn. So they all spring on you with their spears, and you have these 4 sharp points, which is almost like bamboo, like spears, just shaved off into a point. And there are 4 attacks at you. And would they all have advantage because of reckless?
Yep.
Okay, so that is 16 plus 4. They have a plus 4? No, plus 3.
All of them.
Oh no,
hit.
plus 5 actually. So their attack is plus 5, their damage is plus 3. So if you have 4 damage, that's 44 plus 12, so 11, 25.
25 points in total.
Total, as all these spears kind of like pop up out of the bushes as you're running towards him.
Got it.
So you're just getting poked and poked and poked.
Is Tabby raging?
No, not yet.
Okay, and then Adrik, for you, these guys, this trap right in front of you has already been sprung, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to take the ones that off that have been sprung.
Yeah.
This guy is going to try to circle around you without attacking because his other buddies are all charging up from behind too. And then this guy's going to come around you back up to the camp, and they're both going to start trying to loot more stuff. And then the 3 kobolds next to you are all going to attack. So they roll a 12, a 10, and a 21.
Only one of those hits.
Okay, that's 7 damage. Naru.
Hi, Kate.
Alright, so these 3 are all gonna, or actually only 2 of them are, 2 of them are gonna loot, and 1's gonna attack you because they don't think you look that scary. Okay, and then the one that attacks you, 21.
Hit.
And 4 points of damage as he just prods you with this bamboo spear. The other 2 goblins start rifling through backpacks and the camp, everything. They're trying to get stuff. And then the ones around Segeata all start coming down. Can you roll a 1d6 for me, Segeata?
4.
Okay, so this trap springs. I can't remember where the space was.
Don't forget 3 of them are snares.
Oh, I think the top 3 were the snares, so this would actually be a snare. What's the difference between
launched into the air then?
Okay, so he would make... Actually, he doesn't have to take any damage then, huh? He's just hanging.
Snare trap is... Yep.
Okay.
So he's like hanging upside down.
Okay, so 2 more are trying to loot, and then these last 2 are trying to attack Segeata. And that is a 16 and wrong die. And that is a 9.
One of them hits.
Okay, and you take 6 points of piercing damage. And that is the kobold's turn. Naru.
I take a 5-foot step back that way.
If you do, there will be
attack of opportunity. That's fine.
there's 4 attack of opportunities.
Or one of them was attacking me. The other ones were leaving.
But if you're still leaving their threat radius, it still provokes one.
How is it 4?
3.
Oh, okay, those guys.
Because she was here, so those 4 next to her.
Um,
They would get an attack if you were to do that.
One was attacking me. The other one.
But only she's still in range of that one. Still in range of that one. So it's 1.
Oh, there'd be 3 then. So they still have a reaction which they can take. So even though they didn't use their physical action to attack you, if you leave their threat radius, that uses their reaction, which they can use on in between turns, and so they would be able to use that against you.
so it's probably better to attack these guys like right there.
Okay, hold on. How many people can I get burning hands if I do this way?
Ooh.
It'd be a cone.
Oh, wait, can you see me? I think I hid my measure. Show other.
I mean, you could step into the fire, and that would provoke 2 attacks of opportunity, and then you could cast it upwards and get all 3.
Well, if you cast it like this,
Then
it would, like, if at just the right angle, it would get 1, 2, and 3 while just avoiding Adrik.
Does it show cone in here? Like a cone.
Yeah, so the way Adrik is showing, you could get the bottom 3.
Okay, let's do it.
And those are all the ones that are looting too, so.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Protect. Your sacrifice is not in vain. This is going to be free when
Adrik would just barely be out of the range of that burning hands. And you would get the 2 behind him and the 1 to his right.
So you want to cast Burning Hands on those 3? Roll damage. And what's your save?
They have to do 15.
Okay, so only 1 pass, which is probably the one on the very right neck closest to you, because it's almost out of the way, so it's able to take a jump. But most likely it will not survive.
Damage.
8? Okay, so you roast those 2.
Add any bonuses to that? Or just...
It's just the die. So 8 halved is 4, so that one closest to you, I think he was riling through your backpack, and he kind of gets his back seared, but he's still alive.
Let's go ahead and do... Wait. We're good. Yeah, let's do both.
What are you doing?
Quicken spell.
Okay,
Using
more sorcery points.
Yeah.
Okay. To make your attack roll, or was that a 16, so you hit, and then roll damage? And which one were you shooting at, by the way?
One that's in my back.
Okay, yeah,
I don't know.
you headshot him, and it's pretty violent. We'll just say that. Okay, Segeata. Unless Naru, do you want to move at all or no?
Hold on.
If I'm shooting a bow into melee, gives me disadvantage. But I can still fire at someone else.
Yeah, you're not engaged. Yeah, so that would not cause disadvantage. No.
So, even though he's surrounded, he's best with the bow. He's like, he would say, Naru, light them up. Don't worry about me. Light them all up. And then he would take his shot at this one right here.
Yeah.
So Naru, are you moving over there?
That ram thing. Oh wait.
No, I don't want to move.
Okay, so just roll your attack then and see damage. AC 13.
Okay. Alright, first attack is not great. I only rolled a 2 plus 7.
Oh no.
But I still have Hordebreaker, so I can then roll. Oh no, do I need a hit with that? Do I need a hit to use Hordebreaker?
I'm not familiar with it.
It's what I was using last time. I could attack another adjacent target.
How does it read?
Let me look at it. Once on each turn when you make a weapon attack, you can make another attack with the same weapon against a creature that is within 5 feet of the original with the range of your weapon. No, so I don't need a hit.
Yep, so just go ahead.
And then the other one goes after him. And that's a 17.
Yep, that'll hit. Now are you shooting at the farther guy?
Yes,
Okay.
the father guy. Unfortunately, that dice didn't like me much. I rolled a 1 plus 3 is only 4 damage.
Okay, now describe what does the Hordebreaker arrow look like? Is it magic or is it like mechanical or?
It just means like you're firing weapons, your attacks quickly, so you can just like hit attacking quickly to take out lots of enemies when there's a horde.
So it looks like basically Segeata's just unleashing arrows like Legolas, just shooting one after another.
Yes.
Nice. So you do nail the other one in the shoulder, and he drops down to the ground, but he picks himself back up with an arrow in his back, and looks like he's still alive barely. And then that would go down to Adrik, new round.
Movement. I want to get. Your
yeah.
burning hand is 15 feet. Can I escape that without doing attack of opportunity? No, I can't. So
If
he's
you-
just gonna prepare for her to burn the place.
If you were to move here, you would only have one attack of opportunity from the farther guy.
And I guess that would give her a little bit of an opportunity to do.
Yeah, because then she could do this.
Yeah, okay. I'll just take the one attack and let her try to get out of her way of her nuking the area.
Okay. Looks like he does land a blow, but it does 5 damage as he almost like throws his spear like a harpoon and it hits your flank. It's quite painful. And then Adrik.
Quarterstaff rolled an 18 with looks like 12. Is that right? 12 damage.
Yep. Which one? Kill whichever one you want.
Going to start with this boy here on his right in front of him,
Okay. Dead. Smack.
and then flurry of blows. First hits on the one on the right. And then second hits the one diagonal.
What was the attack?
19 to hit.
I thought that was the one to your left.
Yeah, 20. There was a 24 and then the 19.
Okay. Did you
That's
only?
a flurry of blows.
Oh, did you only do 6 damage to him?
Yeah.
Okay, so then they have 1 hit point left. So I have to put him back on the board. So yeah, so both of those you like crack their bones, but they're still staggered around.
One did get hit with the quarterstaff, so he is dead.
Okay, am I just not seeing all the die rolls then?
He rolled before you.
Oh, the quarterstaff is above. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, he rolled while you were still working on the other.
Okay,
the other battle.
that makes more sense. So the unarmed strikes are both 6, so they both have 1 hit point left, and so you're beating them pretty badly, but they're still up. Do you want to move at all or no?
I'm good for now.
Okay. Then that is Tabby.
Alrighty, she's going to rage. And then she's going to take a swing at this one.
Okay.
Same pattern. Oh, God. That's a 13. That hits, right?
Yep, 13 hits.
Oh, God. This is why I do Reckless, guys, because I know one dice is here to fuck me over. Okay. That's okay. So 6 plus 5 plus 10 is 21, plus 2 is 23.
Yep.
Cool. Gonna hit this one.
And is this with your bonus? Or no?
Sure, we'll use the bonus attack. So that's an 18 on the die.
And damage?
7 plus 5 is 12,
Okay.
plus...
Yep.
Dead. And then last attack is a 15.
Hit.
Okay. 9 plus 5 plus 10 plus 2. And then she's just going to turn to the last one and just grin again.
So, that was brutal over there, and then it is their turn. Do me a favor and roll an intimidation with advantage.
You betcha. Intimidation. I have a plus 3 to that, too. So that's a 19.
Okay. So, this last kobold, seeing you just demolish his friends as you're just like sweeping left and right, and those like Sauron kobolds are like flying. then this one drops his spear, yells, and he's going to start running away, which does provoke an attack of opportunity if you wish.
Yep, you betcha. She's raging right now. Oh, that's only a... wait, hold on. That's plus 8, isn't it? 13.
Okay, roll damage.
Oh, poor boy.
Tabby,
Well,
smash!
I rolled low on my dice, so that's 3 plus 5, so it's 8. 8 points of damage.
And you send him flying to a tree, which he smacks. There's a moment, and then a creak, and then the palm tree falls down. Back up at the top here.
Tabby.
She turns.
Just trying to...
she's going over there next.
Okay, so
I'm going that way.
Adrik, do you remember what your snares rolls were? I know that there was the 9, but what was the other two? Were they like 17 and 19?
Pretty sure it was like 22 and 24.
Okay, so he's still stuck. He's trying to like release his foot, but he's still hanging upside down there, and he uses his action to try to escape. He cannot. These two attack Segeata along with this one. No, these two on the bottom, they try to loot the camp, and then they start to run, and then that provokes an attack of opportunity from Segeata. If you do you have a melee weapon, or can you like hoof attack him or anything?
At least hoof attack him.
Okay.
21.
Okay. That hits.
Ooh, and 6 damage.
Okay.
She gets kicked in the head by a horse.
So that was the other one. So one has an arrow in his back, and the other is like bleeding profusely from his head as he's like staggering away, running. But they've got stuff of yours in their arms. The other three, kind of close in around you. 2 of them actually would attack you, and the other 2 attack Naru. So that's an 8 and a 20. That's 7 more damage as you get another pike in your. And then Naru, you get a 8 and a 9, which both would miss you.
Yeah.
Adrik, down here you've got these 2 goblins. I'm gonna have you actually roll an intimidation check also.
All right. Intimidation.
Is that natural or no? 19
That's
plus.
a
Okay.
modifier, but still.
Okay, so these guys, they both actually are going to drop their. These guys, I guess, have swords or whatever, but they're going to start running away as well, provoking an attack of opportunity.
Nat 20, just crunch.
Okay, roll your Actually, max damage plus normal is going to be over 7. Actually, over 1. They have 1 hit point, so
That was max damage of the roll.
yeah. So this guy is going to still run away though, because you only have. So basically, one guy would get off the map, I guess.
How far away is
He
he?
never got into the camp to steal anything.
No, he didn't. He's 30 feet away. I'll just keep him on the border so you can see, but he's like 30
If he's
feet away.
30 feet away, I can still reach him with my Radiant Sunbolt.
Yep, you can probably. I'm not. I'm assuming that all of these are going to be dead at this point. But that is the goblin's turn. Naru.
Let's cone fireball them. Sorry, not fireball them.
Burning hands, or
Yes, thank you.
so you can do 15 up here, and then you get all 3.
I just can't put that one back there.
Sorry, what was it? Did you roll your attack or your damage? So that's
A dolphin just told me so long, and
damage.
thanks for all the fish.
so that's
Does anyone know
12.
what this means?
So what was your difficulty? Was it 16 or 15?
15.
Okay, so you have one of them that succeeds, and the others are toasted. What was your total damage? 12? So he has 1 hit point left in the middle. And then your turn.
Then he's going to burn my first level spell slot as a bonus action.
And that frees up sorcery points so you can quicken another one. Okay, roll an attack.
Roll that.
Hello? Did you attack him or no?
No, I burned the spell slot as a bonus action.
Oh, I thought you
doesn't
could. I thought you could still use it. Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, that is my bonus
All right,
action.
Segeata, your turn.
This one's hanging from a tree.
Yeah, he's hanging from his foot, dangling. He's trying to untie himself, but he's still stuck.
I am going to move up here and around this one. I know it provokes an opportunity attack on him. And technically him, but he's hanging from a tree.
Yeah. So that last one is he still hits you, but he does 4 damage.
Okay. I am pretty badly hurt, but I'm not going to let those two get away. So I'm going to launch an arrow at that one.
Okay, roll attack and probably damage.
1 second, guys.
17.
Yep, hit.
So, and that one is that's a 13 oh no, sorry, 12 11 damage.
Yep.
8 plus 3. So
How do you want to kill him?
he gets one in the buttocks.
And he just crumples forward with his butt sticking up in the air with the arrow shaft.
Just the arrow out of it.
And the out of game character says, "Turn the other cheek." But said that it actually probably wouldn't be that clever, but
Nice.
and then Hordebreaker, natural 1 on the other attack.
It misses. Then it kind of like goes into the brush, and he ducks. So that
Okay.
is a new round, Adrik.
I was hoping to take them the two out with arrows, but
That would have been convenient.
To hit the guy trying to run.
Okay, roll an attack. AC 11.
22.
Or sorry, 13. Yep.
22 on the hit.
Yep, he's dead.
And 7 damage. And then he's going to use his monk speed. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. To go after these boys over here. Once I put the map in the right spot. Oh, is it just that boy left?
I took the one out with the arrow to the butt, and I missed the other on the other one.
And then punching him in the face.
How do you want to kill him?
Uppercut.
And you see a kobold flying. If this was a cartoon, there'd just be like this chin first kobold flying up into the sky.
And just kind of like his head crashes through a tree branch, breaking it off as he continues flying. And just when he lands, it's just like X's for eyes, and it's just ding, ding, ding.
Yep.
You just hear that like wrestling bell out of nowhere, just like, the fuck was that?
Yep. And then that puts us for Tabby next.
All right. So Tabby's still pissed. So she's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Hey, guys! And she's going to take a swing at this one because it has the most health, I think.
It's
Same
not
pattern?
hanging from a tree, so it's
It is-
probably...
It is not at batting radius. So that's a 13.
Yep, that hits.
You're right, the other one is kind of like a pinata.
So that's 7. So that's 7 points plus a fuck ton.
Yep. So he's demolished.
So that one's dead.
Yep.
I'm gonna and then bonus action. We're gonna bat at this one. So that hits with a 15.
Yeah, easily. He's got a 10 defense because he doesn't have his dex bonus.
That's 6 points on the die plus a fuck ton.
So yeah, he probably would get like trapped because his leg is still stuck in, but the rest of his body keeps going. So again, you have another foot like it's just hanging there.
Final attack is going to go against this guy. That's a natural 17 on the die plus 3 is 20.
And damage.
7 on the die plus 5 plus 10 plus 2.
Okay, so this is the last kobold. It's midnight, and after all this fight is breaking up, how do you kill this final kobold?
She's going to raise her mallet over her head and said, "You chose the wrong group," and just flatten his brains against the ground.
Yep, straight down, smushed.
Just straight in. Yep.
Okay, so we are out of initiative. The battle aftermath.
Look over and see
Breathing
our
on the body.
attendant is on fire from my burning hands.
Cure light wounds for, let's see here, 7 hit points. 5 plus 7 is... how you doing multiple of these?
So Naru, you see that there's probably some of the underbrush is lit on fire. It's nothing like a forest fire by any means. Most of the vegetation is full of liquid, like it's got a lot of
Tabby's
moisture.
sleeping bag okay?
What was that?
Is Tabby's sleeping bag okay? Because I burned that guy who was going through it.
Let's see. It is caught fire a little bit, but it's not destroyed. You can pat it out. It's just the corner.
I immediately start apologizing. I'm so sorry, Tabby. It's not my fault. And I put it
I
out.
burn all 3 of my spell slots on cure light wounds and heal most of my health up.
So you've got this Centaurian ritual of you just like covering your wounds and the skin is patching back together as you heal yourself.
Those
Abby just
things hurt.
Adrik will be collecting the stolen goods and also searching the bodies.
Yep. Okay. So you retrieve your goods. You had Let's see, that'd be. There's no D14, is there? I will just roll on my own over here. I have a 1 in 7 chance of having taken it. They took one of the boxes, but it is one of the decoys, and you recover it.
They got something?
Yep, some of the goblins had made off with some stolen goods.
These ones over here had grabbed stuff, but they didn't get far.
Yep, so
Did any of them actually get away with?
As I'm patting out her sleeping bag, apologizing, I realize there's blood running down my head. I'm getting hit in the back of it with a club, so I'm gonna. Actually, I might have to wait till I do a rest.
The forest will grow back.
So yeah, so Adrik would start collecting all the arms and equipment. Most of these kobolds, they have like some hide leathers and stuff patched to them, and they've got their bamboo spears. Some of them have like hatchets and swords. They don't have coins of any kind, it seems. It looks like they have all satchels, so they can try to like put stuff and steal things, but they don't, apart from just their arms and equipment, they don't really have much of value unless you wanted
Anything worth selling?
Not really. Even like the hatchets, maybe you can collect probably about a dozen, or maybe a half dozen actually. I lost count of how many kobolds you guys were fighting, but you probably have like 8 hatchets that you could sell if you wanted to. They won't go for terribly much because they're mostly ramshackly made. They're just nothing of like high quality.
Tabby just settles down by the fire and she looks over at the other two and she's like, "You guys have served your time. Go to bed. We'll wake you up in the morning." As she's like calming down from the rage.
Do you look like you can breathe fire?
Yes.
It's like between the three of you, it's a wonder this forest is still standing.
Unlike our fire friend over there, I have a little bit more control. However, I probably will at some point teach her how to breathe fire. But
What do you mean by what are you lumping me in with fire when I have
What
radiant?
was that blinding radiant? What was that blinding burst of fire you killed that last one with?
Hold up a hand and just this little radiant orb is in his hand type thing.
Isn't that fire?
This isn't fire.
It's energy of the universe. So things calm down, and I presume you want to take a long rest.
So what I'll do is he'll collect these bamboo spears, and he'll kind of stick them in the ground and put a couple kobolds on them as a warning to decide that, hey, it'd be a good idea to attack these guys.
Nice. Okay. So who's keeping watch? Because if you're going to take over the rest of the night, then you won't get a long rest. Everyone else who sleeps through the night will get a long rest.
I'll take one of the watches. I'm not
Adrik and
too
Naru
bad.
are next to watch.
It was doing our watch, but I assume it's their turn to take over watch now, so I would rest.
Yeah. So if it's about midnight, then you got 2 hours into the watch. So whoever goes to sleep now will finish their long rest. If you wanted to do that, if you wanted to still split up into watches, then no one would actually get a rest, or you would just get a short rest.
I'm
So
fine with
is-
watching until the end of my watch.
So if it's still in our watch time, we could continue our watch. I guess.
I have fire pumping in my blood right now. I don't think I could go to sleep. So
The
I'll
main
take
thing,
the rest of my
yeah.
watch to calm down.
Tabby's like, okay, I got hit a couple times. I'm gonna go to bed, and instantly she's out. She's asleep.
Okay. So
I'm gonna. You stay by the fire. I'm gonna step out where it's more clear, so they can't use the underbrush to sneak up on us as well.
so
You guys are continuing your watch then?
yeah. So whoever's able to actually rest for 8 hours, or if you just want to sleep in the morning, you can all still take a long rest. It's up to you. I don't know how you want to do it. It's just if you're staying up for the 4 hours, then it's not really considered resting. So if you want to just sleep in a little bit in the morning, though, you're able to just get a full rest.
So I'm basically just back up. He's gonna basically take a short rest or whatever as needed.
Okay.
Which puts him back up to full, and he's got his key back.
Okay, and then people like Naru and actually all three of you used your spell slots or rages. So if you wanting to just take like a full long rest so you get everything back.
Yeah, I want to take a long rest. I took damage and I used one of my rages. It would be nice.
Okay, so we'll say you all are basically back to full. It'll probably just be a little bit later the next morning, so you're not just getting an early start at dawn. You just kind of take a little bit more time, clean up the camp, and arrange everything if you want to. Are you just going to leave the corpses on the spikes, or do you want to actually burn the bodies or bury them or anything like that?
Let's leave them on the spikes.
As a warning to any bandits to come.
Like, there are people out there that will kill you.
Okay.
Did any game get caught in our traps?
Nope, just kobolds.
So I'm assuming we have rations, or can I try to find some kind of food for breakfast?
Yeah, you can roll a survival check and go foraging, or if you want to just eat out of your rations. It's always nicer to have fresh food.
So Adrik will collect his snares.
Yep.
Only got a 7 on survival to find food.
What was Segeata's?
Only got a 7 on survival to find food.
Okay, so you find a berry bush, but Naru, she's looking at it, and it was unfortunately roasted in the night, and so you're all relying on just some trail rations, and then after you pack up camp, it's about mid-morning, and you can go ahead and set out and continue on.
Adrik has 22 survival. That helps on finding food.
It wouldn't help finding food, but it would help you finding the trail and heading in the right direction.
Either way.
So, I mean, if you want to use it for food, you can. Otherwise, it's going to go back to the next check is for doing the navigation.
I found navigation.
Okay, so you begin to navigate, and the day goes on. You continue down the road.
Or up.
What?
We're going up the road.
Yes, you are actually going up the road. So, I don't know how to rotate this map then, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Roll for perception, everybody.
Perception.
16.
14.
I'm just doing fire back here.
No, so you're not even paying attention. Okay, so you are all able to see up ahead on the road. We'll say that because the road curved, you're actually going down the road now, just because that's the way the map is going to work. And let me zoom in. You see up ahead, standing just in the center of the trail, is a lone kobold. And this one is dressed in more of a robe, and it's got a head, like not a helmet, but it's got like a lizard head on top of it, like a headdress, and it's just standing there in the middle of the road. You don't seem to see any other kobolds.
I see it.
I could take it out from here unless one of you want to talk to it.
Or I see it.
Unless one of you want to talk to the two-leg.
Adrik will kind of like advance. He will have Tabby go with him.
Okay.
And he'll also have his Radiant. He'll have an unarmed strike at the ready for
So
busting.
Adrian,
yeah.
I'm juggling fire back here because I'm not paying attention to where I'm going. As soon as I see it, I'm going to release my fire at it.
Are you? So he's still further away. You're still probably like he's down the road. So because he's not trying to hide or anything, and the road's fairly straight for a little bit. You'd see him probably about 100 feet out, and he's not doing anything. He's just he has his hands up with palms upward, and then like his hand not holding up in the air, but just he's holding his hands gently up, just as showing he's unarmed.
He's still in longbow range if you want me to take him out, but
Basically, Adrik will say, like, be at the ready, just in case, and just wait for a signal.
You can give me
So,
like
Adrik
what
will take,
signal? Are you gonna try bird calls, two wings?
you'll see a flash of light, if it survives long enough. Tabby with me, he says as he approaches this kobold.
Okay. So as you approach, and you're getting, within conversational distance, probably within about 30 feet, 20 feet, he holds his hand upwards with the palm and says, "Stop! Do not come closer."
Yeah, again, he has Tabby with him just in case he decides to speak to Comic.
He's speaking common.
Right.
You have slaughtered us, human.
Yeah, well, you can have attack.
We need your help.
They find a way of asking for help.
You are stronger than anyone else we have seen. All the others are weak compared to you.
Yeah.
Our village is being harassed and bullied by the dragon. We must do what it wants, and it wants all the treasure. That is why we have been raiding the roads.
I'm gonna try to insight that.
So kobolds, they don't have a lot of muscles in their face that you can read, but as far as he sounds sincere enough. But again, it's a kobold. You're not sure 100%.
I did a 12 because I'm a +2.
Mm-hmm. So kind of same thing. You think it's sincere, but you can't even tell if it's a girl or boy, really.
So Tabby's gonna take a couple steps forward and lean down. So she's practically bowing, but so she's at eye level with it, and she says, if you attack anyone else on this path, you will all be slaughtered, and it will not be by a dragon. And her eyes just flash red. And then she stands back up.
Oh, golden dragonborn, you may be a match for the green dragon that's hurting our village. You should help us.
I'm busy. Sorry. We're on a family walk. Me and my cousin are strolling. I don't have time. Maybe in 5 days.
We have no choice then but to continue fighting and stealing from the villagers. You will curse us with death from the dragon or death from you. We will have no choice but to die.
Where is your village?
It's below the, how you say it in common, and then he says in Draconic, the priest temple.
I mean the priest temple.
You speak Draconic?
Only language I speak, other than common.
Naru, do you speak Draconic?
I think she said yes.
Cool. I didn't hear her. I think it cut out.
It's the only language I speak other than common.
Nice. Hearing your reaction, Tabby turns around in Draconic. She yells, "Oh my god!" Like
the kobold looks startled, like he's not sure what is going on.
And then she points. She's like,
"This time."
She points and in Draconic. She goes, "Fire sister."
Then the kobold in Draconic also says, "The fire sister is very powerful. We should use her help as well as the horseman and the human." You, with my assistance is showing you the dragon, you can kill the dragon, and then we can be free, and we will not bother the city any longer.
That's all in Draconic.
Yeah, that was all in Draconic.
So Tabby's going to turn around. She's going to say, so basically, translate, basically, they want us to fight this green dragon, and then they won't attack anybody anymore. And she's going to look down at the kobold and say, what if we came back to you after we were done with the thing that we currently have to do? Because it's kind of urgent.
I don't see a problem with that, but we can't stop guarding the roads. So long as we have militia left, we must steal things and deliver them to the dragon.
How far is your territory for guarding?
Well, if there happen to be no travelers on the road, it's not your fault. What if there were no travelers for how long is it going to take us to get there and get back? She has no concept of time.
So it'd be 2 days there and 2 days back to get to this point.
So what if there was no travelers for 4 days on this road?
I muted myself when I was trying to speak. Sorry.
No.
Oh, sorry.
It was in common, and they were completely ignoring you while they were speaking Draconic.
No, I was just saying the 2 days there, 2 days back. The same thing he said, and I accidentally muted myself.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. If you will return and free us of the dragon, we will be very grateful. The dragon, his name is Loki, and he will eat us if we do not bring him treasure. Hence, we must keep our attacks on the road. If there are no travelers, then we will just have to sacrifice one of our own.
Does it have to be a live person that you sacrifice? Because we left a lot of dead people back there.
The slaughter was immense. We have recovered our bodies of our fallen comrades, but it is.
So give those bodies instead of a live one.
How big of a dragon do you expect us to hunt?
It is a young one that is very abrasive and thinks he can rule this land. But he is right to some extent. We are no match for him.
How far is your village from here again?
It's about 20 minutes in human to measures of time.
Down the road?
We would cross the river into the old tower, or the old, whatever the word, in the chapel thing, and then we'll go underground to the caverns.
How far away? How long is your territory?
The territory is this whole coast.
That means we're going to have to deal with you again tomorrow and kill you when you attack us.
If you can help us.
He might be a little offended, but I think he'd understand. Sorry, I couldn't help it, guys. I'm sorry.
Just missed everything. What happened?
We're gonna go to the village, kick a dragon's ass, apparently take its hide back to the blacksmith, steal whatever treasure this dragon's got.
What the heck did I miss?
You missed a lot of opportunities to talk us out of fighting a dragon, but too late, we're going, yay!
So you will be the first to be considered kobold slayers and kobold heroes. I guess it'll be a wash. We'll just call you travelers. And then he starts to lead you.
I think I like the term hero better.
I think this sounds boring.
Can I just shoot him now?
You can if you want.
I don't actually do it, but he just says it out loud. Can I just shoot him now?
Tabby!
What?
Tabby! I thought we were on a time crunch.
It's 20 minutes. You get to light a dragon on fire.
Did dragon catch on fire? I thought they were fire resistant.
You don't know until you try.
Okay, hold on. As we're walking, I start burning my level 1 spell slots.
To do what?
As we're going, I start burning my level 1 spell slots.
What does that do for you?
That gives me 8 sorcery points, which means I can twin fireball twice.
Did you say fireball or fireball?
Oh, fireball.
So you cannot do
Ball.
that.
BALL.
So twin spell only allows you to do a single target spell.
Isn't fireball?
Oh, fireball is an
Fireball
area.
is a variable type.
Yeah, so it has to be both.
Firebolt is another sort word, though. But you can use it, I believe, your quicken spell to cast a fireball as a bonus action.
It's true.
He did say that thing was green, so it's probably not fire resistant.
It's poison resistant.
Okay, so you want to go into the lair?
Yeah, he tells them, fair warning, try to betray us, we will kill you.
Oh, I am very aware of that.
I'm still gonna burn them because I can cast Chromatic Fire Orb as a second level spell, and it'll give me more damage. We're still gonna burn my first level slots. 8 spell points.
Okay.
I've never had so many spell points in my life. Sorcery
Well, that's
points.
a bloody hole.
So he leads you into this tomb, this like this old abandoned church almost, and there's pretty much nothing left but rocky ruins and a couple pillars. Because the kobold is leading you, he doesn't really necessarily tell you what his name is, except that he's called Mage in Draconic. So
I'm gonna be right back.
Sure.
Be back in just a minute or two.
Sure.
Okay.
So he
Be
leads you.
careful about the snipers from behind us.
Okay, inside the sanctuary is what it's called. He has a secret passageway which he opens, and he opens it by undoing a puzzle, which I'm not going to make you do because he does it for you. So he leads you down through like a secret tunnel which goes further down into the verdant caves, which is a kind of underground cave system in this portion of the rainforest. It goes under the temple through kind of a crypt, and it's very overgrown with vegetation. So there's vines everywhere, there's leaves, and when you get into the underground portion, there's really large mushrooms and funguses and mosses, and everything is just really slick. And he brings you to the edge of the walkway right before you round a bend into kind of a cavern, and he pauses. In the chamber beyond is Loki. I will go in first and tell all the kobolds to leave, that we are going to go on another mission, another hunt for the next wagon train. You all can take the opportunity to kill the dragon. Loki will be unsuspecting.
Tabby looks down and says, and if you actually go and do that, not only will we slaughter the dragon, we'll slaughter you too.
We will just remove ourselves from the premises so we do not get consumed by either of you.
Good idea.
Good luck.
In Draconic, she says, thank you.
No response.
In Draconic, I wonder to myself how much fire it would take to burn down the entire forest.
Meteorite proportions.
How dry it is.
In Draconic, Tabby says we are not going to find that out.
So,
I theoretical.
Alrighty, so you are
So he's gonna have a radiant sunbolt ready to strike.
okay. Now, how are you wanting to enter the cavern? You'll be coming down from the top there, so I think your minis are all still there on the screen. how would you like to move in? Do you just want to charge in, sneak in?
Actually, Adrik
I
will
would like to
stealth.
sneak.
Okay.
16 to move silently or sneak. Stealth.
Okay, so 16, 23.
Oh God. You're gonna make a Dragonborn stealth? Come on, guys. Okay. Well, this.
I'm the archer. I want to be stealthy. You're as the tank. I don't expect you to be stealthy.
15. I mean, that's not bad.
Am I rolling for stealth too? All of us?
If you're
Might as
entering
well.
the chamber stealthy, yep.
Doesn't hurt.
Oh,
Yeah, let me go to
I have a +1.
Tabby. What was yours? 15?
15.
And Segeata is 16?
Yes.
Okay, so you're basically entering the cavern kind of like this. Adrik is deftly moving in ahead of everyone else. And then you hear behind, or off to the side more like, "Your stealth is not good enough for me." And then the dragon is right on the side here, perched up on this column. "What are you doing in my lair?"
Can I cast Fireball now?
You can if you want. Is that your reaction to this?
I think that would be my character's reaction.
Okay.
My character would at least draw his bow back. He wouldn't necessarily release the arrow.
So you're like
He would at
responding.
least draw the bow.
Okay. Everyone roll initiative, please.
We're all gonna die.
We're all gonna die. We had to take this mission. We're all gonna die.
Tabby, I'm blaming you. I'm a 13 initiative.
14. Centaur does not taste good with ketchup.
14. For Tabby.
14?
Cynthia, do you have with ketchup?
Yeah.
That's the old saying.
My
You got
dex
metal
is a
in
+0,
your
so
You're crunchy and
probably
taste
goes
good
first.
with ketchup.
What about Adrik?
I think he disconnected.
Oh.
I'm letting him know that we can't hear him.
Let's look at Discord. I haven't looked at that yet.
Nothing from Discord.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention to Discord. I'm just in roll
Just
20.
left Discord.
When
Yeah,
Tabby volunteered us for this mission, I got kicked out of Discord. It just completely cut out and disconnected me from the call for some reason.
Okay.
I did not volunteer us for this mission. I was waiting until after we completed the original quest to come back.
That's what I was thinking we were doing.
I think I think I can hear him now.
Yeah, Adrik, can you hear us?
yes, I can hear you guys now.
What's your initiative?
It just cut out there, so I did not hear anything that just happened within that past 10
It was
seconds.
a initiative string. What was your initiative?
Apparently 11.
Okay.
I was asking before if he had blind sense or if he could still see Adrik's stealth.
He at this point does not look like he has noticed you. He's noticed all the three people in the back.
Okay, so that's who he was talking to. He was like, ha ha ha, I can see you.
Yep, and then
Doesn't seem to one person.
and then it sounds like a fireball is getting launched at his face. Is that what you're doing, Naru?
I think that's what I would be doing. I would be kind of like,
Okay.
We're here to kill the thing.
Dragon, fire!
Okay, what is your defense or your AC or your DC for fireball?
they roll a 15, I believe.
It's 15. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a natural 20.
Ah!
He still takes half though.
It still
Yep.
takes half.
Yes, he does still take half damage.
So roll, I think it's 8d6. Okay, so that's 5, 10, 14, 20, 21, 26, 31, 34. 34 damage?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay, and that's divided by 2, 17 damage.
Hunter's Mark, is that a how is that a bonus
Compass
spell?
mark does
I think
1d6 when you so when you cast it on a creature, it tells you the creature's location, and it does an additional 1d6 each time you hit it.
Oh, Becca, by the way, just so you know, if you hold your die or your pointer over the die and then it says all the dice, if you go to the like 2, 3, 4, 5 sections, you can roll multiples at a time.
Oh, that's what that's
Yep.
for. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
And Eric, if you open up the compendium in Roll20 and type in Hunter's Mark, it'll pop up with a description for you.
I was looking through the PHB in my hand, but that might be faster.
Yeah, so it's like
when
that.
rolling- yeah, real quick. So another trick for Roll20 is when rolling, you can actually put how many dice you want to roll. So when you go to do the roll, you do /R space, like /R or roll, whatever you do want to do. Space, the number of dice,
I'm one bonus action. His
and
bonus
then
action.
the dice being rolled. So it's like you're rolling 36, you do /R or /roll 3d6, and there's that money. And then you can also add a plus a number to add on any modifiers.
Oh, cool. Okay, so the dragon instinctively blocks his two wings, folding over like a shield in front of him, and the blast just roasts his wings, causing burn marks to appear, and he howls. And then that puts us into initiative. Tabby.
And I also have this happen.
Oh, I go first? Okay, cool.
Basically, when he like moves his wings, gonna like try to radiant sunbolts, aiming for his eyes.
Would you have done that as soon as you see him?
I held that
Or is that as soon as Naru does it?
after she initiated the attack, and after it's like kind of unfolds its wings to from the blocked fireball to taunt or say something, it just kind of gets hit in the eye with a beam of sunbolt.
So the way that the way I'm imagining it is you're not in combat until somebody causes it to happen, and that action of immediately throwing the fireball causes the combat. And so as soon as that action's over, it goes into initiative.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
When she goes to throw the fireball, he'll also like launch his sunbeam because he's focused on them with the fireball. So throwing in that extra sunbolt.
Yeah. So you can definitely keep that and stuff. It's just going to happen through the initiative track. So Tabby, what was your action?
Okay, so Tabby is going to rage. So the deep crimson red lines are going to start appearing all over her body, and her eyes are going to go that crimson red. And she's going to take a run, 5-10 leap, and aim straight for the dragon.
Okay, and how tall can you jump? Because he's on this post here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was closer.
Well, he's elevated because he's on top of the post.
Okay. Well, it looks like there's a little
Running,
bridge.
jump.
Right? So can she go this way, climb up this pillar, run across, and jump?
Yep, you could do that.
Okay, so that's what she would do.
Okay.
So for sake, we're going to put her right there. And then so she's raging. She's going to take her first attack at the reckless weapons master feat. So that's 16 plus 3 is 19.
Okay, so you leap through the air, and with your maul, you connect with this dragon.
Do I hit? You cut out. I'm sorry.
Yes, roll damage. You jump through the air and swing your maul and hit it.
Splat! Awesome. So that's 8 on the die, plus 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 plus 10 is 23, plus 2 is 25. So it's 25 points of damage.
Okay.
And then as she lands on her feet, she crocks the maul back. She's going to take another swing. Same pattern.
Okay. Now, before you roll, or you can keep that if you want, but roll a acrobatics check, because you are teetering on the edge of this pillar. So if you can see these kind of a round thing. So he's sitting on most of it, but if you jumped up and hit, you're now like on the very edge. So you're going to need to try to balance to keep up.
If that's the case, instead of doing an attack, can I use my action to grab onto him to stabilize myself? Well, actually, if I'm coming in the air, swing down, hit, I would like to use the momentum of my hit to push off of it and flip over and land on his back.
Okay, so then, yeah, roll a acrobatics check for that.
Okay. Oh,
And a new roll is fine.
Fun. Okay. That's an 8.
Okay. So his wings are already up, shielded from the fireball, and he kind of moves them upwards and kind of deflects you off. Roll another acrobatics check.
Okay. That's better. That's a 16.
Okay, so you are able to get deflected, and you land back over, not too far to where you take damage, but you just land off on that kind of outcropping.
Okay.
So
A long jump is equal to your strength score if you have a running start, and 3 plus your strength score if for height if you have at least 10 feet running start.
perfect. So you raged, jumped, and attacked. So that's kind of all your actions then.
Yeah, because I tried to use my other action to get onto his back. So I'm done.
So Segeata.
Bonus action, Hunter's Mark, and I probably want to get away where. I'll fire and then I'll move. So bonus action, Hunter's Mark, and then fire an arrow at this thing. 16 plus 7 is a 23.
That will hit.
Oh, and the Hunter's Mark so minimum damage on the regular one, so only 6 damage from an arrow.
Okay. All right, so you still hit it. It's got dragon hide, so you're not sure how much it penetrated, but yes.
Where would be a good place to move to? Does that look like a gap I could cross?
Yeah, you could just jump over that, especially as a four-legged beast.
I don't want to be in too close if it starts doing breath weapon. And I have a longbow, so there you go. And I'm done.
Okay. The dragon howls and turns down at this Dragonborn that just attacked him by almost trying to climb on him. It inhales and then breathes a huge blast of this green gaseous air at you. I need, let's see, it's a cone, so I don't think it can get both of you. I don't think it's gonna even try to get Naru. It's just blasting Tabby just full on. So roll a dexterity saving throw. Sorry, Constitution saving throw. DC 14.
Constitution saving
How long can you hold your breath?
Okay, I have plus 6 to that, so hopefully that's a 12.
So you take, let's see, you take 47 poison damage as all this acid breath just, it's like a gas, but it's acidic and it's melting at your scales.
You said 47?
47.
Is it reduced to half because I'm raging?
If you are raging, then yes, it takes, I think, half damage. Or is that only for physical damage, or how? Let me see.
Actually, let me check. Hold on.
I don't think it counts for poison.
It only counts.
I think it's only like
bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
Yeah, so this is gas. So this is a poison gas.
Okay.
So unfortunately, 47 damage.
Got it.
Are you alive?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yay!
Okay, so that is its one action, and then it's going to start beating its wings.
Luckily, the breath weapon is the scariest thing a dragon can do.
Let's see. So
That would kill me.
that's its action.
That would totally kill me.
It's going to fly.
Attack of opportunity. Bam.
Yeah, you can attack it with an opportunity attack, but it's going to fly away from you. It flies over Adrik and then lands right in front of Segeata, blocking you as you're running.
Oh my gosh.
And it roars,
More
and
map.
then
21 to hit.
yep, you
For
hit
its
it.
run.
It's like you launch yourself forwards into the breath and smack it.
And 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. So that is its turn because I think its breath weapon is its attack, so it can't use its slashing. Or can it? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think it probably has a multi-attack at some point where it can attack multiple claws and tails and
Yeah,
all that.
it can, but I think it's that or the breath.
Yeah.
How much damage did you do, Tabby?
14. Sorry.
Okay. Cool. Okay, Naru.
I fireball him again.
You might have to move. Actually, it's fireball is 150 feet, right?
Oh.
Please aim it so I'm not included in that. What is it? 30 feet on a fireball, right? So if you hit heal,
Fireball is it's 150 feet.
well, the area though, is it 30 feet,
Oh,
20 feet?
20 feet. So it would be just the entire center of where the dragon's at.
I think it's a 20-foot radius, so if
Yeah, so you probably want to be targeting
you
like
want to
this.
shoot it, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
something like this because it's a big radius. It's huge. So it rolled a 14 plus 4, so 18. So it takes half damage, and you rolled how much?
33. So 16.
Okay.
17. 17 damage. Sorry, 17 damage. We're rounding up.
Okay. Next. So are you doing anything else besides that?
At the moment, no. Wait. Yeah, I'll just move here.
Okay. Adrik, did you want to keep your previous attack? Because I think that did hit. Or did you? Can you get to it, actually?
Yeah, gonna move down a bit. And then... boom. So we'll keep the previous attack and then flurry of blows. So,
Okay.
so these two are flurry of blows. So, and then the first one was gonna try to punch a bolt of radiance into its eye.
Okay. So those attacks are 12 and 9?
That's for the flurry of blows.
Yeah, so the first one hit, I went back and checked it and got the damage. The flurry of blows, it deflects them with its wing. It is, or either that or it just doesn't penetrate through the scales. It's not, it's too tough.
You're flowing with bolt of energy? I
Yeah,
thought that was
that's
only melee, close combat. That's cool.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Radiant Symbol can do.
I
is you can
can't
use it
actually
to
hear
do-
anything Adrik is saying.
Here, do you know how to leave the Discord and then rejoin?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Try.
For Becca, you try that too. So go to the D&D one shot on Discord and then leave it and then oh, she knows how. Good. Okay, testing.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. So I knew you were talking, but it was just completely quiet. And I'm like, he's doing something cool, I'm sure. But I have no
Tech
idea
issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good. Go ahead.
Tonight. Usually this thing is pretty well. But yeah, basically the first Sunbolt he fires, he is aiming for the dragon's eye to try to blind it a bit. And then I was also saying that one of the cool things about the Sunsoul Monk is that they can use their Radiant Symbol with any of their attacks, including the Flurry of Blows. and a 30-foot range type spell attack.
Cool. So that brings us to the top of the round. Tabby.
Oh man, I've been sitting here trying to figure out what the hell I'm gonna do. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. That's as close as I can get. As a bonus action, can I drink one of my greater healing potions?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, your healing potion is good. I was considering trying to heal you, but
Let's see. I have just the regular healing potion. It's a 2d4 plus 2. So I'm going to drink my first one. So it's 4 plus 2 is 6 points back. Yay. Stop it. Go away. Stupid sign. And then I am going to... oh God! How's your dex?
me?
Yeah.
It's my best stat.
Oh no.
Let's see here. +5. I actually didn't change that.
Okay. So.
Yes.
I'm going to be moving out of there next turn, though, because I don't want to be in melee with it. So you could wait around.
Can I hold my breath weapon until he's out of the way?
You've already. I think it has to be you're holding your whole turn, doesn't it?
What?
If you're holding an action, it has. Or let me see. Hold action. Or is that not in here?
I mean, you probably don't know him well, but he has shown himself to be he wants to be an archer more than in melee.
Yeah.
So you would know he's probably not going to sit there and take a hand axe to a dragon or a spear.
So yeah, so you can move before readying your action, but then you must find the trigger. So yeah, you could hold your action.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold. I'm going to. Oh, that's how you do it. Sweet. Oh, something new. Oh wait, I healed. Cool. Learned how to use that mechanic. Okay, so I am going to hold my breath weapon, which is fire, and it's a 15-foot cone, so it would go 5, 10, 15, and it would hit him.
Okay. And what's the trigger? Just as soon as the jet is clear out of the way?
As soon as he's clear, whether he's behind me or he's off to the left or whatever.
But what if he flies up into the air?
Because Segeata goes first.
Yeah, so Segeata's about to go.
Segeata goes after me. So as soon as he's out of range, breath weapon.
Okay, so then Segeata, your turn.
I'm going to use a disengage so he doesn't... That's
very, very smart.
So I don't get attacked this round because I'm using the disengage, but then...
Actually, he can still make a reaction to try to attack you, but it's with disadvantage.
Are you sure?
No, he's not allowed to make a... He disengaged. The dragon can't make an attack.
But,
I don't think he can do it against Segeata.
Let me check with Evelyn.
I'm pretty sure not. So I'm just gonna rule it not. I'm pretty sure. So you're fine.
So that's my disengage is my action, and then my movement to move over there, out of the way. He's looking at making this jump next round potentially, and as he's moving back, it's like doesn't look like our green scaly friend wants us to go deeper into his lair.
He just snarls in response, and then your reaction goes off, Tabby.
Yep, dex save of 14.
He misses. He fails.
Cool. So that's 2d6 fire damage. So that's 9 points of fire damage.
Okay, 94.
So I just now imagine Tabby. That breath hurt. I've got one too, though. Flames.
Okay. Then it is the dragon's turn. So he rolls to see if it recharges.
Oh.
Please don't eat dodge. Please don't eat dodge.
It does not. Instead, it's seeing that Tabby is roaring fire back at him. I think he's actually going to go after Tabby again because you keep bothering it. The fireballs coming from Naru are really bad too, but you're like taunting it by your persistence. So he's going to launch himself forwards, and then he's going to multi-attack you. So this is probably going to hurt. So first attack is his first claw. That is a 10.
That misses.
That's a 19 for second claw.
Hits.
And then his bite, he tries to finish you off, but that misses with an 11, I presume. So only one claw actually hits you, and that is 2d6 plus 4. 6 damage. You are just
reduced to 3.
yeah, you're bobbing and weaving, and he barely nicks your scales, and it probably causes some sparks to glance off into the air. Wow. Okay.
Hey, there's sparks between the two dragons?
Yes.
Okay, Naru.
Okay, I'm going to use 5 of my sorcery points to cast Fireball again.
Roll it. Actually, roll dexterity for me. Roll your damage.
Sorry, that wasn't what I was trying to actually open up my dice thing.
That's fine.
Ignore that one.
Oh,
So he failed his dexterity save.
oh god. That's a 4.
Oh gosh, that sucks.
It did.
Damage?
Wow. That's really bad.
I reroll that.
I just imagine she goes to cast it and then sneezes.
What was that?
I said I imagine she goes to cast it and then sneezes.
I was
Okay.
trying to make it like a fire breath fireball thing going on.
Yeah, I was expecting you to kill it with that fireball because he rolled so low on his dexterity save. However, it hits him square in the back, and Tabby doesn't take any damage because his body ricochets the rest of the fireball up into the air and behind him. But he looks very wounded. He looks very wounded.
If he looks very wounded, then I'm going to. Oh, I can't do it for anything but a cantrip. That sucks. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. So is that your turn then?
Yeah, we'll call that my turn.
Okay, Adrik, it's up to you.
Alright. So, Adrik, while running towards it, is going to use Flurry of Blows.
So first
And that's
one
like
hits.
while running towards it, that's Flurry of Blows. So, and then as he leaps into the air, he's going to try to hit it with his magical +2 Gladius.
Okay, and that does hit as well, doing an additional 9 points. Let's see if that killed him. So 114 plus 9, 123. He is still alive, but you brutally scar his face. It leaves a big gleaming slash down its cheek, cutting out one of his eyes and blinding him in his left side.
Can I attempt to get on his back?
Roll an acrobatics check. No, he recoils and you have to deflect your spin and land down in the ground. Actually, which direction did you want to go? We'll go ahead and place your mini.
Okay, behind him.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Then I'll kind of just slide down him.
Okay, that's fine.
Tail surfing.
Okay.
Kind of
So
Flintstones it.
So Tabby, it is your turn.
Alrighty. Well, the rage is gone because you have to get hit, I think, in order to maintain it.
Yep, or you can just rage again.
Well, you did get
Yeah.
hit, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I had to run to get there, and then I hit him. I didn't get hit.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, well, I'm going to make my final attack at the Great Weapons Master Reckless. Finish him off with a good little flare with a 16.
He moves out of the way, lifts himself up to its full height, which is easily over 20 feet, and your maul does not make connection.
Awesome. Second swing, same thing. I'm going to break his legs. I'm going to break his legs with a natural 20.
Oh!
Okay, give me the max damage and then roll your die.
Okay, max damage is 12 plus 5 is 17 plus 10 is 27. So that's max damage right there. And then roll damage is 15 plus 10 is 25.
Okay, tell me how you kill it.
I'll break his legs. I'm going to break his legs. It's going to swing around, break his legs, and then it's going to come back up and say, "You give dragons a bad name!" And I'm going to smash his head in.
Okay. There's a sickening crunch as you just the skull buckles beneath your strike.
I hope nobody wanted a dragon skull as a trophy. I'm sorry.
Oh, that would have been cool.
My bad. Didn't think about it.
What were you thinking?
So all through the cavern, you begin to hear kind of like a hiss, and then you see eyes peering out from all sorts of different crevices and stuff, and the kobolds start to all come into the room cautiously, and they're making a hissing noise, but you can tell that they're like, it's a positive, almost like they're clapping, but just in their race it comes out as like a very strange hissing noise which fills the cavern, and they all come towards you as soon as they see the dragon's dead, and there's probably about 200 kobolds that all come into the room.
Adrik will kind of stand out atop the dragon triumphantly.
I'm ready my bow because I don't know if the will turn on us or not. But don't actually aim it at anything yet.
Abby! Where's treasure? Somebody promised us treasure.
I don't know if there's treasure, but we just saved a lot of lives.
There's all this loot that they've been raiding.
The kobold shaman comes out from one of the areas. Actually, probably would come back up from here near the entrance where Naru was.
We appreciate what you have done, adventurers. The kobold clan of the Emerald Forest will be free. We will not attack any longer.
No, you will not. What you're going to do is you're going to go to town and you're going to apologize.
We can send an envoy to do so.
That's fair.
Bob, you go. Why me? I don't want to go. They will kill me. They will kill me for killing the villagers. You must go for the sake of the village to live. No.
And then Bob goes.
Take a white flag with you.
Adrian,
Tabby.
I really love your character voices.
Tabby's going to turn to the leader and say, "We have a quest, as we had mentioned before. On our way back, we would like to pick up the remains of the dragon. Can you break it down for us?"
Of course. Give us your specifications and we can make you the drumsticks.
Drumsticks sound good.
And the dragon skin, and the dragon skin, and any extra loot that has been in the hoard.
Claws and teeth and the dragon skin.
Unfortunately, there is no more loot. The dragon would consume it as part of his hoard.
He eats his hoard.
It's a very
Insight
strange...
check.
Alright, roll insight.
Insight check. Oh, that's a 7.
You have never heard of that before. That's really strange.
On 8 on insight.
Yeah, you're like, dragons eat their loot?
13 on insight.
You got 13?
13.
Well, I took out 24.
Yeah, both Adrik and Naru are looking at him like, you're like, that's the stupidest lie that I've ever heard in my life.
I'm just like,
where's the loot?
over him, like, looking down. You are so full of shit.
We are not telling the lies. It's the truth. He consumed all the loot. There's no more.
I aim my bow at him.
Roll an intimidation check with advantage.
I also intimidate as well, please.
Yeah, all of you can if you want, if you're all going to be acting threatening.
Natural 20! Plus.
Here, this is with the advantage.
Adrian,
Yeah?
can I use this natural 20 plus my 3 to have my hair catch on fire?
I was going to say that probably is what happens is you ignite, like the burning torch guy from Fantastic Four or something.
My intimidation, nowhere near that. So.
What was yours, Segeata?
I rolled really bad, so it's technically 2.
So you almost like you're drawing your bow almost prompts all the kobolds behind you to start like jump on you, but then like ahead there's this giant flame, and Naru is like scares the kobolds into submission, and he like stops. He's like,
Okay, fine, don't hurt us. We've taken enough losses from you, kobold slayers. There's treasure, but it's below. In the lower chamber, there's gold. We just ask you leave the rest for us to survive. You can take the gold.
That's fair. I'll take the gold. You can have decent goods. What were the goods? Food?
Food, supplies, silver and copper, and platinum. Those will be for ours.
Platinum for you.
We must have some sort of resources to rebuild our village.
How does platinum
Sounds
help
like-
in a forest?
It sounds like you can do odd jobs for the town and make money.
The town is going to kill us if they see us. We've done too much trouble to the town.
Tell you what, you
You're gonna
and you
show us
alone
the treasure you have.
come back with us after we're done with our stuff. You can apologize. We'll make sure you don't die. You can offer the services. If they say no, we send you back to your tribe.
We will send Bob with you. He can negotiate, and if you keep him alive, I'm sure he will be very grateful.
Is Bob your best negotiator?
That's his job.
Well then, buddy, you can come with us as well. Being leader of this group.
Okay, fine. We will show you the treasure.
so. He would take you down into a lower cavern, and it opens up. Like there's a big. I don't have a map for it, but there's a big resplendent pool, which is gleaming, and there's stalactites and stalagmites. And on the center island, there's just mounds and mounds of gold and treasure. There's finely crafted artifacts. There's like a really nice wagon that's embedded with jewels and stuff. All this different stuff that's been stashed here. But the gold, if you're wanting to like count all the gold,
I don't
Really don't
entirely
have
trust
time
these.
for that.
We should take some stuff with us in case these kobolds try to double us on the way back.
Well, wow.
so you figure. Hold on, let me do the math on this.
Also,
Just kind of
he's
whistle.
claiming platinum for himself. I think that we should also get some of the platinum, not just the gold.
So you would find that there is about 1,200 gold, is what you would imagine.
Oh, jeez.
How much platinum?
How much does that weigh? Is it like a pound per 50? Is that right?
Something like that. I don't have the weight metrics in front of me. If you want to do an investigation check to kind of see how much other stuff there is.
I think I have carrying capacity like a large creature.
My investigation's a natural 1. I don't find the gold you're talking about. Like, I don't find shit.
Okay, so you would find that there is.
17 in mine.
So there is about 100 platinum probably scattered throughout it. There might be a little bit more.
Take the. You cut out.
You imagine after kind of digging through it a little bit, there's probably about 100 platinum mixed around amongst things.
Yeah, I'm gonna start just picking up the platinum. Taking the
We
platinum.
should take the gold and the platinum and whatever artifacts we can carry.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what the artifacts were.
Artifacts, there's going to be just jewels, scepters. If you want to do another investigation check for that,
Nice.
Not a beer, just a soda.
I'm pretty sure if Nate were here, he'd have already drinking a bunch of those. But the first one. I need to look up some stuff. There would be a couple items of interest which you could take if you want. I just don't have them kind of prepped. So if you don't mind, we'll put a bookmark on that and kind of get back to it.
Dragon Horde items in inventory. Got it.
Yes. So what would you like to do with all of this this loot?
Yeah, my carrying capacity, for in size on the map, I'm considered medium, but carrying capacity wise, I'm considered large. So I should be able to at least carry some stuff out of here.
I would like to gather enough to pay for what I would think it would take to enhance my mall. Whether it's in items or it's in gold or it's in platinum, like that would be my ultimate end goal. So like if I find a bracelet that looks like it's worth a hell of a lot, I would try to find like 3 of those.
We have a bunch of empty boxes that were supposed to be fake boxes.
You're fucking genius.
Yes.
Yes.
After I
If
find
we get mugged, they're not leaving empty-handed, so it's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's about like 26 pounds of gold if you were to stash it out, is what I just did based off of 1 pound per 50 gold. So between all the different coins, it'd be like 26 pounds. So if you spread that out amongst 4 people, then you could all easily carry it. It's just going to it's going to be bulky, and it's going to be fairly heavy.
It's worth it. We were doing this job for money.
Let's take that on our person, and then we'll fill all the. Let's take that on our person.
Dragon hide and dragon parts loaded up onto that wagon. Do you guys have any horses?
No, but we have crocodiles of the dire variety.
If they pull a wagon, that could work. But yes, we'll have that. You load up that wagon for us.
Very well.
If it gets me some coin to buy some better equipment, I could pull a wagon. I could deal with the indignity.
You're wonderful.
But no one mentions this again.
I will never tell a single soul.
Dragon's honor. She looks over at the Genasi and in Draconic, she says, "You're going to tell everybody, aren't you?"
In Draconic, not a soul.
Oh, Naru. Okay, so
I believe we're gonna collect the gold and the platinum at the very least, and then we're getting
There he was picking through the platinum. I already grabbed it all.
So are you just going to split the treasure evenly? I presume for math's sakes that would make it easier.
Yeah, but I think it's also a good idea that we fill the boxes with treasure.
Yeah. Also, we're going to collect all the artifacts that we can that seem of interest.
For math's sake, can you just give me a number
Yep,
right now?
so you get 25 platinum and 300 gold.
And that's split amongst the party?
Yep, and then as soon as you start trying to take any of the other items, the mage kind of casts, he speaks, but his voice is like amplified.
You did not get permission to take the other things. We agreed on the gold, and we let you have the platinum too. The dragon carcass you may have, but the other items you said you would leave with us.
Yeah, we talked about supplies, not treasure.
No, you did not specify. The gold is what you wanted, and the gold we give you. The platinum is as a...
She has flaming hair. Do you want to see that again?
Is she going to try to intimidate him? Or you can intimidate him with advantage, because you're reminding him.
And Becca, when you're done with that math, would you put it in roll 20?
Unfortunately, that charisma is my dump stat. So, unfortunately, I'm only going to get an 11.
Adrian, how much was the gold again?
300 gold, 25 platinum per person.
Oh, per person. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't realize you had broken it out already.
Yeah, because there's a heap of gold. There's like 1,200 gold just glittering on the ground, and then you're finding like little tiny chests and satchels of platinum here and there, and accumulated quite a bit. So,
I just rolled a natural 20 on Intimidate again.
are you casting a spell to ignite your hair, or how? What are you doing?
No, I'm like, we agreed on supplies, not on treasure! I'm more like throwing a fit, but my hair is catching on fire, and I'm rolling it for Intimidation.
Mommy, I want the treasure!
This stuff never belonged to you in the first place. These are items that you clearly stole from travelers.
Our lives have value, do they not? We have sacrificed hundreds to this dragon and more to you. And we should deserve some sort of recompense.
So,
If the dragon wasn't dead, you would either be dying or still a slave to him. You have your freedom. That is your reward.
You all
Let's not
suck.
forget-
And he turns around and storms
let's not
off.
forget compensation for your group attacking us, and we were just defending our camp and items. So let's talk
stormed off.
compensation on that behalf as well.
I'm so
Fine.
happy I rolled natural 20.
Take the loot and be gone. You will forever be banished from our village.
We're leaving you with all the silver, which is probably more than enough.
Tabby wants to look for one specific thing. Okay. She's looking for something that would be a really, really good apron for a blacksmith to have. Like what looks like an upgrade from the one that she saw the blacksmith guy wearing.
Okay, that's very unique. I will roll a percentile dice for you. You can spend as much time looking as you want. So I would say that's probably only a 10% chance that that specific thing would be in here. And so I'm going to roll a D100. If it's 91 to 100, then you find it.
Okay.
And you
Yeah. That was worth a shot.
When I'm looking for anything that's looks like fire, or like it has fire abilities, or that's cool, like a red or gold flame gemstone or something like
I
that.
think that would be a lot more likely that you'd find, so I'll give you a 60% chance.
Look
Oops,
for your bracers. Look for your bracers.
So you do not find them, unfortunately.
The worst comes to worst, the answer is no.
I mean, he would check out, see if there's any braces or magic bows or things like that. But I mean, whatever you roll is up for the treasure is what you roll for the treasure.
Unfortunately not.
That's worth a shot. I mean,
I'm just rolling for random yes or no's because I don't have the stuff planned. At the end, I'm actually going to give out some pretty fun loot, I hope. But for those specific ones, they're rolling no.
Basically, the
That's worth a
plan
shot.
is we're collecting the artifacts, we're getting the gold and the platinum, we're having them load the dragon's hide and all that into the carriage, this valuable-looking carriage.
Yep.
and then on our
Yeah,
way
we're taking
back,
that
we're going to
with
pick it up.
Oh no!
We shouldn't take that shit there.
Segeata said he would take it for us.
I guess
But then-
we could.
I'm not leaving this with these greedy little kobolds.
So
We
do you
have
want
kind
to?
of burnt the bridge, so I think we should probably take everything now and not trust them.
Yeah.
We're leaving them with supplies. Like food,
All right, well,
all that
let's
they needed.
Let's
And
hook
leaving
up
them
the
enough silver and copper to purchase what they need.
cart and go. We do have a job that we have to do.
18 on
Onward.
survival to try to get the dragon or cut up with something to some degree, maybe not perfectly, into the cart.
Yeah, you don't even need to really roll for it. You're able to go ahead. If you want to cut it down to size, you could, but with the 4 of you, you would be able to kind of hoist the dragon carcass onto the thing, and then you can deal with it later. Or if you want to chop it up now, whatever you want.
Do it later.
I feel like
let's just
if
hoist
we
it on there.
can just actually let's just put the dragon carcass on the cart itself and make people think a dragon is coming down the path.
You have one person on each side of the wings just like stopping.
To make a dragon roar.
I can do that. Tabby like raises her hand. She's like, I got the Dragonborn down pat.
And I feel
They
like
teach
this
you
will
that
keep
shit in
staying-
Dragonborn school.
Teach me, Sensei. Teach me Dragon Roar. Does the fire breath come with it?
No, but it's a good start.
I just imagine like draping the dragon head over Segeata like a costume, like putting the head having the head in like a Halloween costume, the body of it on the cart, and its neck going over him.
Yes.
It probably turns out pretty crappy looking, like if you went to like a Chinese festival where they're dressed up and they're doing like the little stick dragon. That's kind of what it looks like when you're going down the road. But
I'm not saying he actually does it. I'm just getting out of character, kind of. I'm imagining
Yeah.
Halloween.
We're gonna pick up the town with the dragon coming back.
yeah, so I guess just to kind of wrap it up. So is there anything else you wanted to do here in the kobold lair, in the dragon lair?
Cut out. What was that?
Yeah, Loxy, what was that?
Is there anything that you want to do in the lair before you take off? Assuming you got all the stuff, all the loot that you wanted to bring and all that.
No, but Tabby is going to go to Segeata and be like, I don't want to add any more weight to you, but I really got fucked up. Do you mind if I lay down in the back?
I don't see any secret rooms. I can just tell you that with my one.
Secret room looking for. Okay, I will assist. Yep, no secret room. Flat 7.
No, it's almost like an actual cavern made out of like natural formations and stuff. So there doesn't look to be that much. One thing you would
More golden.
find out that all of the liquid is
Sorry.
poisonous. It's all like an acid pool, and
Is Tabby female?
Tabby is female, yeah.
That's my one. I'm pretty sure we can go swimming in that.
He thinks to himself, "Do not comment on a female's weight." It's like,
So he's gonna. So
he's like,
since the governor was.
"You're arrested." You can't. And then he avoids saying, "You can't be heavier than a dragon." He thinks that.
But she's still waiting for her answer, but she looks
Oh, the thing went
she
really
looks
quiet.
really beat up.
what was Adrik? What did you roll sleight of hand for?
To try to like snag some silver without pull out lurking an ass who's taking some silver as payment for putting up with his attitude.
And you're doing this to the kobolds?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. My volume got turned
Oh
down.
wow! So you actually sleight of hand a pretty sizable bag, and it's got some coins in it. And so you as soon as you're kind of leaving and you check into it, there's a couple silvers on top, probably like 6 or 7 silver, and underneath it is a whole bunch of dirty kobold clothes.
Yes, you can, Tabby.
Thank you.
Wait, kobold clothing.
Yep, little rags. Like there's some snake skin like sheddings and all kinds of stuff that they patch together and stuff, but it's mostly there you get like 7 or 8 silver. We'll say 8 silver.
So if the DM's okay with it, Tabby's gonna lay in the back of the cart and rest. And I want to take a short rest and use some of my Barbarian hit dice and get some health back.
Yep, that's fine. So pretty much if you're all done in here, I just want to have Segeata, can you roll a Constitution saving throw?
Ooh. That's not a great roll, but Constitution 6.
Okay, so you make it out of the kind of kobold lair back up to the kind of where the waterfall is on that other page. Let's go back. So you kind of emerge up through a secret passageway at the bottom of the waterfall, like here, and then you kind of make your way back up to the trail, and you have a really tough time getting back up this cliff area. But once you do, you're just like, you're pooped and you're done for the day. Do you want to take a short rest, or do you want to try to power through it?
Away from that village. They're gonna attack us at night.
Yeah, but he's pretty prideful. Even though he's just gonna try powering through it, even though he's exhausted.
Okay, roll
He's kind of prideful.
So just roll another Constitution saving throw.
Adrian, can you drop my mini on the map? I was using her to keep track of my hit points as I healed up.
That
Hold on,
is
you're just further down. Let me move you.
That's a 17
Oh,
plus 2,
shoot.
so 19.
Okay, I see her. I just didn't scroll down. My bad.
My goodness, my map is really being weird. So you take one level of exhaustion, but you can.
Adrik will take the coins from the bag and just kind of like toss it by the entrance as they leave.
Including the silver, or no?
No, he takes the silver from it
And
then
just leaves the
tosses gold.
Okay, gotcha. So, Segeata, you are able to continue on. You will take one level of exhaustion, but you can power on through the rest of the afternoon until you get farther enough away to where you can probably set up camp. Do you guys want to do watches again?
Yes.
Okay. If you all want to just roll a quick perception check.
So we want to set up the traps again.
Yep.
He's exhausted. He would rather not take first watch.
You just want to sleep through the night and try to get the exhaustion away?
If the others are willing to take watch.
I will do.
Adrik will take first watch.
He at least doesn't want to take first watch. But I mean, if he has to take one, he will. But
I'll take first watch. But I only rolled a 10, so.
So both Adrik and Naru on the first one, both rolling 10s. And then what about this? What about second watch? You guys roll too?
You guys gonna let him
I'll
sleep
take
through the
second
night?
watch. Perception?
Yep.
Perception is a 14.
Okay. So through the night, nothing of note really happens. You're acutely aware of, again, the cool breeze that's through the jungle. You hear all the jungle noises. You hear a big cat roar of some sort. Again, the night passes peacefully. Then the next morning, Segeata, you feel much rested, and you're all able to continue on.
Disadvantage on ability checks, but that goes away once the morning comes.
Yes, so essentially really no issues there. So by the end of the second day, or the third day now, as you continue on, you get back to the coast and you hear the sea air, the seagulls calling, the breeze that's full of just that familiar scent. And in the cove you see the strange rock formation which look like basically giant tentacles, but they're made out of stone, and at the base there's a big outcropping where you can go into it, and it's a big, I'm having trouble thinking of the words. It's like inside,
Is it a cove?
Yeah, cove. Thank you. So it's a mermaid cove, and you see lots of mermaids just leaning on rocks and just sunbathing. And in the inside, further in, you see a very, very large mermaid. And
They are no legs.
So
I told you!
one of the...
We had a name for mermaids, right?
What was that?
The one that we had a name for the mermaid that we're supposed to go to?
Yeah, her name was Oshanda. And she was... So you're probably greeted at kind of the base of the water line by one of the other mermaids who's looks like to just be like a very young maid. These mermaids don't have any clothes on at all. They just have their fish thing in their hair. And she asks, "What are you all doing here? You don't look like you belong at the Mermaid Cove."
I was looking for Oshanda.
Oshanda? I'll get her for you. and then she just goes back underwater and swims into the cove. The big mermaid from inside, which is on the rock, they converse for a little bit, and then they both jump into the water and swim below the waves until she comes back to the beach. And the big mermaid is probably about 3 times as big as the other one. I'm going to move you back to this map just because this has the water line.
In Draconic, I asked, do mermaids speak Draconic?
They do not, no.
I don't think so. Tabby answers back in Draconic.
So,
I heard a rumor that they like to drown people. Is that true?
I'm not sure, but if that's the case, I would like it if you did not get too close.
Like not getting close, too.
Yeah.
So the mermaid comes up, and it's a very, very large, weird-looking humanoid top with a fish fins on the bottom, and she's got long black hair. She's got very needly teeth when she comes up to speak. It does not look very humanoid at all. Her teeth are like needles.
Anglerfish.
Yeah, exactly. Her eyes are black without any eye socket, and no pupils in them, and she's got kind of a pushed-up nose and gills on her cheek, on her neck.
What are you doing here? What can I help you with? I hear you ask for Oshana.
Are you Oshana?
I am Oshana.
We were told to give a package to you as an offering to the Kraken.
The Kraken gift! We thought it was not coming! The Kraken is mad. We should have given it to him 3 days ago. 4 days ago now.
Sorry, kind of got a bit sidetracked with kobolds and a dragon.
She cocks her head to the side and looks at you like, so?
We do have the gift.
Bring it.
This is the right box. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
So you give her the box?
Yes.
Correct box.
Okay.
We give her the correct box. Yes.
So she takes the box. She begins to open it, kind of turning away from you, and looks inside, closes the box, and looks back and said,
I think he'll be very happy with this. Tell the village that he will be pleased.
Is there anything we need to give in return other than a message that he'll be pleased?
Oh, yes. 1 second.
and then she turns around, looking down beneath the water for a little bit, and then she pops back to the surface, and she's holding a big rag of seaweed. And then she begins to write a receipt on it with magical writing. And then she gives it over to you. And it's just this wet, droopy black seaweed with red runes written in Aquan.
Take this back. They'll appreciate that, I'm sure.
Tabby, with one of the... I'm assuming Tabby's probably carrying 2 of the boxes. That is filled with shit that they just got. She's going to hand over an additional box and say, please present this to a Kraken as an apology for the delay.
She takes the other box in the other arm, and then kind of with her needle-like claws, because she doesn't have actual hands, they're like totally Aquan claw type things, and she kind of pries it open with her pinky finger and looks inside at the gleaming gold inside, and her eyes brighten. She says, where did you find this?
We've got a dead dragon in the cot.
They all like lean over and point towards the dragon.
A very creepy grin covers her face, because she doesn't really have lips. It's just skin up to the teeth, and when she smiles, it just peels back, and there's just more and more teeth. And she looks at Tabby, smiling, and she says,
You should stay a while. With this much gold, we would love to have your company.
I appreciate the offer, but other things do require my attention. I may come
We
back
have a
and visit,
vacation
though.
to get to. Tabby! You promised me the beach!
oh, so sad, so sad. You could always vacation here, no?
Oh, we have stuff to enchant. Sorry, gotta go. Tabby, let's go.
I don't think the fire lady likes me very much. She looks hurt a little bit. And this mermaid lady is like 3 times as big as Tabby even. She's really big. But she's
Fire lady does not like water lady.
well, no worries, no worries. Come soon. Come back soon. Bring the next gift. I don't like the other ones. The last people who brought it, they're very rude. You bring
I'm so
gold.
sorry they were rude. Please accept my apologies for their rudeness.
Oh, anytime, darling. And then she backflips into the water and disappears.
Tabby just kind of like waves goodbye. She turns back around and draconic. She goes, "I'm very uncomfortable."
I needed adult.
And there's no. She's not hiding the fact that she's uncomfortable as soon as she turns around. So even though you don't speak Draconic, you know she does not feel comfortable with that interaction she just had.
Draconic, I say, I think I wouldn't dislike them as much if they didn't live in water, but they live in water. What the heck?
That's your problem? She said that in common.
Yes, it's unnatural.
I do not like the no legs.
Adrik pats Tabby on the shoulder, like, let's get back to town.
Okay, so you guys all make your way back, or?
Is there a way to avoid the kobold forest? Yeah.
Yeah, if you were to go a little bit further north, there's another little town. It's more of a fishing town, but you could just jump on a vessel that would take you across the sea.
After placating the kraken, we shouldn't have an issue with it, right?
But we don't know how long it's going to take for him to get that delivery and whether he's going to be a pissy bitch about it or not.
Mermaid people, you didn't give us a time frame.
Did you?
And they were expecting it when we set out. We can't just instantly transport. At least not at our level.
Does anyone speak Aquan?
Do I?
No.
No.
I didn't think so. What?
I have Sylvan, but not Aquan.
Yep, so which way do you want to go? Do you want to go north up to the fishing village, or do you want to just go back through the jungle?
Wait, I have an idea. So in the other of the second box that she has, she's going to flip it open. She's going to pull out a gold something or other, probably a ring, slam it shut, and toss it in the water. And wait for another mermaid to pop their head up.
Okay.
Why are you giving away all our gold?
So about 2 minutes later, that first mermaid comes up, and she's all smiling and cute and pops up. You dropped this, and she holds up the ring.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm such a clumsy person.
Yes, you are.
I have a quick question. So as soon as she takes the ring, she takes a step back and pretends like it's a hassle to put it back in the box. She's like, I'm so sorry. I'm such a klutz. I have a quick question since you're here. Do you have a second? How long will it take for the Kraken to receive the gift? So that way we can take a boat transport and everything will be okay.
The mermaid looks a little confused. Let's see. She kind of like looks from you back over to the cove where the was it Oshana or whatever her name was. Well, it went, and then she kind of looks back and says, "I'm not really supposed to talk about anything with the Kraken. That's forbidden."
I understand. Would you mind bothering Oshana and tell her that I'll give her this ring in exchange for an answer?
Well, would you give me the ring in exchange for an answer?
Are you going to be able to convince her to give you an answer that you just said you can't tell me?
Well, I can't tell you, but I could tell him. And she points at Adrik. He's cute.
She just looks over at Adrik and she's kind of like, You want to get married to a mermaid?
Adrik kind of just like shrugs.
Fish people do not have enough legs.
She seems to be ignoring you as the centaur.
3 legs or more.
She kind of like leans up against the rocks and is swishing her tail, causing some splashes, like looking from Tabby to Adrik.
Adrik, do you want to give the fish lady a ring?
Get information we need. Cut our travel in half. Tabby kind of like wiggles the ring at him, like,
Avoid creepy kobolds trying to steal our dragon because that's the loot we got.
Adrik will take the ring.
She looks over at you, like expectantly.
What can you tell us?
Make them go away first.
Bad idea. They're gonna try to kidnap you and make you theirs. They're gonna take you to the bottom and
Tabby tucks the box away. She takes out her maul and she flips it so the head of the ball is against the ground. She slams it on the ground and then she leans up against the pole and she says, "We stay."
So she looks from you to him and then back and forth, and she's like,
You're no fun.
And I think this is why we do not come in on women's weight. They have big mauls.
She looks back at you and she just goes, and she gives you a wink. Good boy.
So the mermaid just kind of folds her arms and starts like just swimming back away from the edge a little bit, and just looks like she's pouting.
Adrik will kind of like toss the ring in the air and catch it in his hand. Well, if you don't want the shiny, I guess we'll be on our way. And I just like turns around, begins to like walk away, and just is like counting himself 3, 2, 1.
Roll a persuasion check.
Let's see.
mermaid lady doesn't want hunky hot man to give her a ring.
So sad.
And he's using like reverse psychology on her too.
Did you
See if
roll?
it works.
Or, I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Yeah. She's just sort of just like
You don't want the shining thing, then
she's just like swimming further back into the surf and just kind of like making a really pouty face. She's not reacting otherwise.
What was the other mermaid's name again?
Oshana?
Oshana.
I think that was it.
Oshana! Tabby just yells really loud. It's like, this bitch ain't playing by the rules. All right.
So as soon as you do that, the redhead mermaid just kind of like looks really scared and like disappears underwater. Roll a.
As soon as she's gone, I look over at Adrik. I said, "Ring, please." And hold up my hand in hopes that he'll throw it to me before the girl gets here.
Okay,
Tosses
and
it
then
over.
also roll a persuasion check, just so I can see how good you did.
Sure. Okay. Persuasion. Oops, off the table. Shit. Oh God. Natural 1.
The scream
The total is
echoes.
the same. 4.
The scream echoes across the water and just reverberates in the cave, and then silence. Just the ocean like beating against the shore.
She very softly says, "I have gold," or "I have jewelry. I have jewelry." Can I try again?
Sure.
So I have jewelry is met with a 17 plus 3, which is 20.
You see some sort of movement from the cave further up, and then you don't see anything, but then all of a sudden Oshana like pops up right in front of you from the water, and she like looks, and her black eyes, and she doesn't have pupils, but she's just like, you can tell they're like laser focused on you, and she kind of crooks her head to the left. Yes.
So I've caught the ring like just
Not
before she
creepy
pops
at
out of
all.
the water. Just before she pops out of the water, and I'm gonna rotate the ring in my hand, so I'm holding it up with 2 fingers, and I turn around and I say, "I would like to know how long it's gonna take for
She
the
interrupts
Kraken
you
to
before you can finish. I'm so glad you came back.
Yes, I have a question, and I feel like you are the only one who would be privy to this information because you know so much.
You're so flattering. She edges
I'm
closer and kind of puts her elbows up and leans forwards. And she's 7 feet high just from her waist up. And she kind of gets really close towards you.
I said, I would like to offer this. She does not say what it is. In exchange for a little bit of information.
What do you want? She seems a little bit more business now.
I would like to know how long it's going to take for the Kraken to receive the gift, so that way we may travel by boat instead of by land to return back.
She looks back at the cavern, and then looks back at you, and kind of eases off so she's not so in your face. And then she stretches, which is awkward because, again, she's not wearing any shirt or anything, so it's like sticking her chest out in your face. And then it shouldn't take too long. I can give it to him now if you want.
I appreciate that. Please take this as a token of our appreciation. I toss her the ring.
She effortlessly catches it and then starts to, like, again, the mermaid style, just kind of swimming backwards away while looking at you. Ta-ta now! And then she disappears beneath the waves.
Tabby's waving as she's leaving, and as soon as she's leaving, she turns around and she's like, I'm really uncomfortable.
That
was not okay. She's like, she starts almost limping, like she just got verbally like abused. And she's like limping over to a tree, and she leans against the tree, and she's like, I don't want to ever do that again.
Take a dragon any day of the week.
Yeah, dragons over mermaids, man. You learn the hard way. Holy shit.
Okay, so you guys want to go north and catch a ferry?
Honestly,
Yeah.
this mermaid seems super sketchy. I think that they have the Kraken caught themselves, and it's their pet, and they're just using it to take things from people. And I think that if we get on a boat, we're going to get our stuff stolen, because we're not part of the people that are bribing them.
But she doesn't know. She doesn't know. First of all, she doesn't know how much treasure we have. Second of all, I'm pretty sure she'd put 2 and 2 together that says that if she fucks with us, she's going to ruin her gig that she currently has.
Yeah. Counterpoint.
And 3, I'm not going to let all that effort go to waste. It's just Tabby's back just hits the tree and she just slumps down. She's like, I don't ever want to do that again.
Tabby, kobolds burn. I don't know if mermaids do, but I know water doesn't. Kobolds burn. Take comfort in that. It's okay. We'll just go back the way we came. Kobolds burn.
I find both options uncomfortable, but I do not like boats, but I do not trust those kobolds.
Tabby just looks up at you and she's like, I understand discomfort now.
I just kind of like raises his hand. Think of it this way. If we get on a ship and it gets attacked, then there's a chance we can drown and lose all of our treasure. If you go back to the forest and get attacked by kobolds, they're weak. We wipe them out simply. And, chances are we don't lose treasure.
So wise. Let's go with that option.
And then we don't have to deal with the mermaids trying to,
Seduce you?
If there's less of a chance of me getting molested while on ground, I'll take inland.
Okay, so you guys want to go through the jungle?
All in favor for the inland
Aye.
path? Say aye. Aye.
Hi.
Okay. So, I'm just going to have you all roll 1 perception check for the whole trip back.
Okay.
Listener total.
Perception.
Perception, alright.
12.
Oh, fuck me. 8.
17.
Okay. So, Tabby is a little distraught through the whole drive back and is probably catching a ride on the wagon and from time to time. Adrik, Naru, and what was Segeata's?
12.
12. So you'd catch it as well, not so often, but Adrik and Naru both see kobolds specifically like eyeing them through the brush at far distances, keeping their distance away from you. But you seem to be being followed and kind of not surrounded, but like they're all around you the whole way back. They make no contact, but they're shadowing you very effectively. Otherwise, what was that? Oh, you're gonna try to scare him.
Well, what we're gonna do is he's gonna stop the party for a second. Remind your leader and Bob to meet us in town. We do have some business to finish, after all.
Yep. As soon as you say that, they disappear. The next couple hours, you can tell that people are back following you again. They don't get anywhere close enough to like do any combat or to get really into any spell range or anything like that, but they're still around you the whole way back.
Adrian, you know the Star Wars Stalker song?
Yes.
It's running through my head right now. You call it stalking, I call it walking closely behind. Yeah.
When more eyes on us, 14 on Intimidate. Yep. How easy would it be for you to burn down the entire forest, Naru?
It depends on if it rained recently.
Yeah, as soon as you start talking like that, they all scatter. But again, an hour later, you can tell that they're back. There might be different ones. You don't even know. The kobolds are like ants. There's so many in their hive that like you're not sure what is the deal. But this is like either extremely populated jungle, or they are really hovering around you. But again, no issues really on the way back. But you're acutely aware that you're being followed.
Stalkers are walking very closely behind.
So, you do get back to the Point Zafira. So, as you kind of get back in, you're hauling the wagon. You've got the dragon carcass and all your gear, all your loot. What would you like to do?
I want to go enchant my crown.
Take it immediately to the smith, because he did not want to be pulling a wagon any further any longer than he has to be. This is a little humiliating for a centaur, but he's going to be well paid for it.
Okay. So you get to the smithy, and again, it's right next to the, what's it called? Kiki's village, whatever it's called. Town hall, whatever. But if you go to the...
What is the reaction to sudden dragon coming into town?
There's...
With the dragon size, they don't really see the carriage beneath it?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are kind of like their eyes widening and running away. You're probably greeted immediately by guards before you can even enter the city, and you have to kind of like tell them it's a dead dragon.
It's dead!
As soon as they realize it, they're kind of like, wow.
Their head's a little smashed.
Yeah, so they part and kind of let you into the city, but they're totally gossiping as soon as you leave. Check that out. It's a dead dragon. They must have killed it. So by the time you get to the blacksmith, he is, again, just doing his work still, and then what would you like to do when you go in?
I want to get my crown enchanted.
Tabby kicks in the door and says, "Dude, we got a present for you."
Ah, my friends, how can I be of assistance? You're back
Come with me,
right on time.
We have something you need to see.
He cocks an eyebrow. He's like, doesn't even know what to say. It's like, a present?
Can we sell the dragon corpse to him?
Are you gonna try?
Imagine. You could probably get some nice dragon hide or armor out of that.
Are you gonna try to sell him?
Yeah, totally.
Someone with better charisma than me should do it, but yeah.
I need to roll a charisma for this.
Who's gonna try to do the talking?
I have a +3.
I have a plus something. I think mine's a +3 as well.
-1 on charisma.
I mean, you guys we'll figure out who has the highest to roll, and they will be the one to talk.
I rolled a 5.
Well, before you guys start rolling, I need to know who's kind of handling it. Like, who wants to be the talker?
I went and got him.
Persuasion, so if that helps.
Well, we're talking about who's going to talk, and
Yeah,
then
I
you
only
roll.
want one
You
person
don't
to
get a
actually
free
do it,
roll.
unless you're trying to kind of like swarm him. But I think with him, he probably wouldn't appreciate like everybody trying to like.
Tabby, flirt
It's
with
like going
him
into a
and get
sales
us a
meeting
good
with
price.
3 to 1.
Tabby, flirt with him and get us a good price.
Sure. I mean, I flirted with a mermaid. Why not another thing today? So Tabby's gonna kick in the door, come inside. She's gonna lean up against the counter and be like, "Do I have something for you?"
All right, roll a persuasion check.
Okay. That's a 14.
Okay, so he comes around, dusting off his hands on his apron, which he again is from the waist down. He's still going around just in his gold scales, and he comes up. Did you need some new supplies, new gear, or what's all this?
Couple of this, couple of that. I have something that I think you would be interested in either purchasing or trading for.
So he steps out, and then as soon as he does, his eyes like widen in like surprise and awe. This is amazing! You killed this dragon? And he goes around and starts like feeling it, checking it, looking at all the different like parts that are exposed.
Did our benefactor come outside as well?
What is it?
She meets it.
I said that our benefactor here come outside as well, the woman.
She's still in the other one if you want to run up and grab her.
Yeah, well,
Give her the
Tabby
receipt.
was getting her. Adrik went to get the other one.
Okay, so as soon as you get in, and yeah, you'd have that. You'd have that same like kind of head covering girl at the front desk, and as soon as she sees you, she's like knows to go get Kiki right away. And so the Kiki lady, she comes out, and you issue her, or you like tell her to come outside, and so she follows you eagerly, like I've got your payment inside. Why do I need to go outside? Were you successful? Did you deliver the package?
Adrik, you forgot the receipt.
Yes. So takes her over by gets the receipt from Naru and passes it over.
So she comes out, and her eyes are like super wide now that she sees the dragon in the caravan, and she says like, "But what? What's this? This isn't. This is a dragon."
Most people call it a dragon. Unless you southerners, unless you two legs have another term for it.
She looks at the centaur, and he's just like, decides to just ignore him.
Charisma.
Well, while this is going on, Tabby's going to reach over and she's going to grab Naru real fast and pull her close and say, "Go get the goblins so they can apologize, and then these people will see that we fixed 2 problems for them."
One thing you would note is the goblins are not here, or the kobolds.
The kobolds, sorry.
Yep, they are nowhere to be seen.
Uh-huh.
As soon as you left the cover of the jungle, they're like, nobody else followed you out there.
I haven't been around for a while. You were sleeping in the back, but they kind of disappeared after we got into town.
Oh well, it was worth a shot. So she leaves. She meets the blacksmith at the head, and she's like, "Sorry about the head. That was my bad."
He looks at it. It's like, I'm not the type of person who would mount it on my wall or anything. I already got that one. And he points at the scale, which is the sign. The scale to his blacksmith, though, it's I don't know what dragon color it would be, but it's like definitely an adult dragon. Like, it's a big scale. I won't be needing the head. I mean, I can still salvage the scales around it. It looks like you did blunt force trauma to it, not cutting, so I can still use some of this. My goodness, this is amazing! And Kiki kind of like goes over and joins the Dragonborn, just admiring it and looking at it. It's like, wow, I picked the right adventurers, I'd say, Kiki said. You know, I sent them to you.
Rogue problem as well.
Does this mean we get to stay for a week in your villa?
That, and she points at Naru, I will arrange for you. 100%.
Yay!
She pulls you aside at all of you and she's like, when you're done here, I assume you're gonna buy this, I presume. And then Bureau like nods. Absolutely. When you're done, come back to to the hall, and I'll get you paid on my end as well. Jared, I'll get you the IOUs. We'll get you covered. I'm giving them the credit for 250 gold pieces towards your shop. They can do whatever they want with it. Absolutely. So, next up, if you're going to sell the dragon scales to him, he will buy the whole carcass for 3,000 gold.
Yes.
So Tabby's gonna lean over and say, "Can we get enough to cover? Let's say 3,000 gold is great, but let's say we also get half off whatever we want created."
Tell you what, this might work really well. You want some big stuff done. What if we just do more of a trade? That helps me out too, so I don't have to liquidate so much of my cash. If you wanted to get, I know you wanted a fire resistance, that's 1,000. If you wanted to just take that out of the pot, and then there we go. That leaves only 2,000 that I have to pay, and if you want any other services done, we can just kind of like for like swap service for payment.
You do some currency exchange as well.
I was going to have to go to the bank anyways for this transaction, so I could, yes.
Because gold is heavy.
Tabby grabs the box that she was carrying, and she turns it and she opens the lid to him, and she says, "Is this enough to get a +2 maul?"
Well, point. You gave a box to the mermaid.
I did, and then I had a second box.
Okay, so you had 6 total boxes left, right?
Yeah.
How much were you putting in each box?
Oh, we were filling all the boxes with
There
shit
was
from that
6
horse.
empty boxes. We gave 1 away, so there'd be 5.
So there'd be
boxes.
200 in each box. So you gave 200 gold to the mermaid then?
Yep, and then I had 1 more box.
Okay.
I already added all the gold that you said to my character sheet, so I don't know how much I'm supposed to change it now.
Yeah, so if you gave 200 gold away before you split it, then you would each be able to get 250 gold back instead of 300 each.
Dang it!
So minus 50. Okay.
If you're doing it that way, if you're doing it from the pot.
I need to subtract 50?
Yeah, just subtract
Where did
50.
my pencil go?
Naru sounds so bummed. So for the dragon skin or scales, who wants to get services done, whether imbuing or extra gear?
I would like awesome crown. That's what I want.
Okay, so he'll do that for 1,000 gold. You have a $250 or 250 gold credit because of the lady, so that leaves it at 750. Do you want
So 750 out of 3,000?
To put another +1 on my 1 weapon on top of the fire.
Let's so that's 3,000 minus 750. So
Yeah.
that's 2,000
Well,
2,250 left
yeah.
for a credit.
Yeah, so,
I would like to propose, because all of us already have a plus something, that we get something for our friend here. So let's get him those bracers.
Yes.
Really
And the
confused.
The bracers were 1,500.
yeah, I don't have... If it's a +2 weapon, then he would do it for 1,000 with the credit
Okay.
still.
Let's get him the bracers.
Oh, sorry, my muted. Braces of archery are not like making it a +2 magical weapon. It just means there's a +2 damage on any bows.
Yeah,
So
but
it's not like it's a magic +2 bow.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
he would do those for the 1,000, but you have a 250 credit, so that's another 750. And then for the enchanting for your gladius, you wanted that to be enchanted, Adrik?
I wanted it to, pretty much like a flame tongue
So he can do the flame tongue. Let me see.
Choice.
on his gladius.
Sorry, 1 second. So that would cause a 40-foot radius of dim light, and then the sword is ablaze deals 2d6 fire damage.
Yep.
Okay, so he can put that onto your sword for 500 gold after the discount. So 750 minus the 250, so 500.
That leaves us with 1,000 credit.
We can do that.
Then I would like something, either bracers or a ring that will increase my AC.
And you're a barbarian?
Yeah.
He thinks about it for a moment, and he says, I might have something for you, but it might need some tweaking. And he goes to the back, and he gets out, let's see.
I'm all for raging, but an AC of 13 is really painful.
So you'll probably want something like the Bracers of Defense.
I was thinking of cross-classing into a barbarian and increasing my armor class.
You can't
Yeah,
wear
right.
armor as a
Bracers of
barbarian.
defense don't count as armor though, but I think they apply an armor bonus, but don't count as armor.
Yeah, bracers do not. You're correct.
Well, actually, barbarians can in fact wear armor. They just don't get their unarmored defense with that one. Monks are the ones that can't wear armor.
Wizards can't wear armor. Well, they can wear leather armor, but that's it.
I don't really wear armor. I just have natural armor, and I actually have no armor that I'm wearing, and I have an armor class 14.
Nice.
How's your dex and how's your wizard con?
It's my race.
Bracers
Right,
defense.
What is
Bracers
your dex?
defense. You have +2 AC if you are wearing no armor and no shield.
What? Sorry, what was your question?
I was asking what your wisdom and your constitution are.
Constitution is 13. My wisdom is 1.
Like a +1 or?
Plus 1, yeah.
Okay, I was just like, Becca, do you have a 1 for your wisdom in
No.
total?
No,
You have like a
my
-9.
My bonus.
We look at dexterity.
Don't make fun of me for being stupid.
I was like, well, you said 13 for your other one, and then you said 1, and I was just like, wait,
No, I
hold
meant
on.
3 and 1, not 13.
Okay.
You said 3 and 1?
Constitution bonus is a 3. Dexterity bonus is a 1.
Okay.
So, the Dragonborn Jared comes back, and he's holding something in his arm, which is a bracer. It's just a single one, and it's made with kind of a gold inlaid with bronze, kind of. Green with bronze, so it's kind of like got different zigzaggy type designs in it. But he holds it out, and it's made for a Dragonborn. And he says, this isn't armor necessarily, but if you wanted to buy this is like when I was an adventurer. You can use this to cast shield as soon as you attune to it. So if you
Pretty good. I think that's a +4 to AC for a short time.
If +5.
if you wanted to get this, it's not permanent, but you have a certain amount of charges you can use per day. It's been a while. I believe it's 2 charges. But if you wanted, I could sell this to you. It would have to be at least 1,000 gold, though, which would eat up the rest of the balance. Or I can get you armor that is better designed for you, so you don't take any penalties, and that would give you a permanent bonus to your armor class. That would also be 1,000.
That bracer sounds really nice. Because being able to cast a shield spell?
And that's 2 times per day.
Yes.
That's 2 first-level spell slots, basically.
How much are we getting from the girl? It's 100 gold apiece.
Yes.
Can we do some conversion?
So she reaches out to take the bracer, and then she stops and she pulls back and she puts her hands together and she closes her eyes and she kind of bows her head. She goes, "I would love both, but all I have is 845 gold to my name. Would you be willing to part with the other armor as well for 845?"
I believe there's still 1,000 left in the.
Yes, but
No, she wants both.
Like both.
Oh,
She wants both.
He looks at you for a moment. So both my bracer and the custom-made armor for
Tabby?
1850.
Tabby, do you count the platinum pieces that you have?
Yeah, I did. I counted
we
everything.
also do
Okay.
have other magical trinkets we've yet to identify.
Yes. We need to take a look at those too.
So he takes a long pause and then
She bows a little more. She's like, "I'm 5 gold short. Please reconsider."
roll a persuasion check, and you can actually do this with advantage. Yes.
I was gonna say, do I get advantage? Okay. So it's a 14 plus 3 is 17.
He begins to nod slowly and he says, "I can do that. I'll sell them both to you, underpriced, on the condition that if I ever need you for anything, I can summon you and you'll owe me a favor. Or I can look through one of your magic items and just take one of them as recompense, and then you'll be one short."
She looks over her shoulder at everybody.
This is your magic item, not mine, right?
How much were you short by?
5 gold.
I can
5
give you
gold?
5 gold.
I think it was 250 gold, wasn't it?
No, if it's 1850, she literally has, and I did all my math. I have 845. I'm 5
It
gold
just gave
short.
you
Oh,
5
I thought
gold.
you said.
Oh, because you haven't used your 250 voucher yet.
Tabby?
Yeah.
Well, no. So it would be 1,000 each, so it's 2,000 gold. And I thought you were asking to pay 1850 for 2,000. That's what I thought you meant.
I was asking to pay 1845. So the 1,000 that was left in the pool plus the 845 that I have on me, which also includes the 100 that we're going to get from the girl. So I've already added
It's
that.
just 5 gold. I can.
Well,
run away.
it'd be 245 then, because it would be 1,000 per item. So if you wanted the bracer and the armor, that'd be 2,000.
But she hasn't used her voucher yet.
Oh,
No,
did you use the voucher?
Oh yeah, I haven't used the voucher for mine yet.
Okay, then yeah, he can take that off. So basically, if you're asking for a $2,000 gold worth of gear, minus the 1,000 credit for the dragon, minus the 250 credit from the lady Kiki, and then you're leaving with that's left with a $750 balance.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I
I can pay for it then. With
I
750. So
erased 5 gold.
she hands the gold back and be like, "I can't math -1."
It's okay. I've been there. I have an accountant that does my math for me too, for my menu prices.
Well, normally I'm the smart one of the group. Just when it comes to money, you know.
Perhaps if well, this is out of character, but perhaps if you didn't give away 200 gold to the merfolk. But yes, so it sounds like business here is done.
Thinking about that, I take back my 5 gold.
Yeah, no, I give it back.
Okay.
You were already making those horseshoes, I assume. I can take 250 out of my gold and still buy those?
Yes. And those are the ones that give you plus 10 movement.
Yeah, lesser speed.
Okay.
The full speed ones are 30, but that's a lot.
Okay, and then Naru, I know you wanted to exchange your gold, so if you wanted to put, it's for 10 gold pieces, it's 1 platinum, so you can swing by the banker and switch it out if you wanted to, so you have less carrying capacity being used.
I get 400 gold in platinum.
Yeah, so that'd be 40 platinum.
So who do we talk to about
500
this?
gold in platinum.
This extremely valuable carriage.
You could try to sell it to the stables. I mean, I would offer to buy it, but I've been using a lot of my money right now, and I don't think I can afford to do another transaction. So do you wanna go try to find a buyer for the wagon?
Would Kiki be interested in buying it?
Oh, you want to go talk to Kiki and get your money from her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I feel like she might be an important person in town. She might have the funds.
So as soon as you go back in and grab Kiki, she's waiting for you with your money, and she basically gives you each
You're
10.
cutting out.
All right, testing.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Kiki has a very small bag, one for each of you, and she gives each of you a little purse. I hope you don't mind if it's in platinum. I don't have that much gold just sitting around. So
that's 10 platinum.
Yep, 10 platinum for each of you. And then if you want to go out and check the wagon, roll a persuasion check, I guess, and Adrik, since you're instigating it, feel free.
All right, let's
13. So she eyeballs it and says, "It's a nice one. I mean, we could use it to re-add to our fleet. I don't really care that it's nice or not. I just to have the extra pair of wheels, I'd give you 125 gold for it."
What would I roll to try to figure out about how much I would think it would?
Roll
Be worth.
insight if you want to do kind of an appraisal, I guess.
You might as well sell it. I'm not pulling it again.
So
You never pulled it.
yeah,
Yes.
if
I never-
I doubt
Spells.
Adrik would have actually ever gone and tried to like purchase a wagon before, but it's probably worth maybe 250. Maybe it's 50% she's offering for at least like this nice one. I mean, you can get cheap carts and wagons for like 50 gold probably, but this is a nice four-wheeler, lots of space cargo wagon. You can have up to 2 horses or donkeys pulling it if you wanted to.
Gonna try to persuade her for a little bit more than what she's offering.
She kind of shakes her head. It's like, no, I mean, I can commission one of these to be made with my own staff. It's not worth. I don't care that it's made of nice materials. I'll take it to get off your hands, but I'm not going to be able to spend more than that.
Maybe we could pick up some horses for it.
He's
He
gonna drive the thing. Just sell
he's
it.
going to just sell it.
Sell it.
Sell it.
We're gonna party for
All
a
right.
week anyways. Who needs a carriage for that?
Okay. Now, how much how much fun do you want to have over the next week while you're enjoying your vacation?
We just add money to our stash. So 125 is how much she sold for it. So
Yeah, if you want to sell it to her, she'll buy it for 125.
I'll take 30 of that for me.
Is that 30 for everyone, or is it being divided
Um,
differently?
I mean, if
30
you want to
for
do easy math, you can do 30, 30, and 35.
It's 30 for everyone except for one person gets 35.
We'll give the 35 to Segeata since they pulled it.
Wait. Mm-mm.
Yeah, for sure. He gets more because he pulled it.
Okay, so I add 35, so it'd be 212 is my gold now.
Okay. Now, now that you guys are all on vacation, she basically gives you keys to this villa on kind of a more secluded beach, very private. It's got its own little cove, and you can do kind of whatever you want. A lot of the natives, they're a bunch of little halflings that always come out to the beach on the public side, and they do something called surfing, where they get this log and they kind of go out and enjoy the waves. And so you can hang out and do that, or if you want to just party it up and have like a bunch of alcohol and booze, or if you want to do a painting class, or whatever it is that you want.
I feel like Adrik would try surfing.
I would not.
I don't think they have anything that's for you. So Naru says that nope, the mermaids are in there waiting to drown me, so she stays on land. So
Tabby is fully well aware that she probably shouldn't be swimming. She's also well aware that she can't get a tan, but that does not stop her from laying in the sun.
So apparently he's trying.
So you have trouble getting the hang of it. You do after a while, but you're far from good at this point. But yeah, so it sounds like Adrik, you spend kind of the vacation learning that.
Sorry for one more. So yep, there he goes. He just like kind of has some trouble getting it at first, and then just like masters it apparently.
Yep, and then
I also tan with Tabby, but as I tan, my dragon scales, like the very faint ones that you can barely see, kind of start to turn yellow. So it almost is more like I'm getting jaundice than getting tan.
I like to think is instead of getting sunburned, your hair light's on fire. Then you're just burning there on the sand, not caring.
You cut it out. What?
I imagine that instead of getting a suntan, your hair just turns on fire and you just don't care and you're laying in the sand.
That sounds awesome. Yeah.
So how about Segeata? What do you do on your week vacation?
Probably enjoy the water and not going too deep where you can't. And on the beach, I don't know. I almost have picture. I don't know. Did anyone play volleyball?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, Tabby would go play volleyball, you betcha.
Tabby. Is there a volleyball that and then you can teach me fire breath.
All right.
We're gonna learn volleyball first.
Tabby, this entire vacation to teach me fire breath.
So I think at this point I will have everybody roll one acrobatics check, or you can roll athletics too if you want, whichever you prefer.
Athletics for me. She's going for
13.
the spike. She's gonna
22.
She's off her game. She's just had a weird adventure. That's a 7 for athletics.
Okay, so you can see splitting into teams, however you want to divide it up. But everyone's kind of sucking except Adrik is just doing monk stuff, doing cartwheels and kicking it with his feet to keep it up. And the camera just kind of zooms out and fades to black as you are just having a good old time.
Fire breath.
Yay! It goes out with teach me fire blast. The camera pans out.
Yep, and then we'll end the session there. And next game, you can all have inspiration or an advantage on any rule of your choice from having such a fun vacation. And
Dragonborn items.
yes, I'll figure those out after the stream. But we'll just end it there at the end. You all succeeded in your mission, and you went on a vacation and had a great old time. And what was that?
We looted a bunch of kobolds.
Yeah, you made a ton of money. So congratulations, guys, and that was really fun. Thank you for playing.
Awesome, thank you. This is great.
My curse sword went from being cursed to being badass.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to end the stream. This was recorded, and I think it actually went pretty well. So if you're all fine with it, I'll leave it public. And that way, if anyone wants to watch it later on, they can. But I had a really fun time, guys. Thank you so much for playing.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Yeah, what do you think of the no legs?
No legs.
Oh my god.
not enough legs.
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh my god, I did not see that coming at all. I was so used to you doing the 2 legs thing that I didn't even register to me that you would say something like that.
No, that was so funny. That's a winner. Alrighty.